Guys,
we're you, dude.
you're metal, dude.
Dudes, deliberating. Deliberating. Deliberating.
Dogface.
Deliberating.
Dogface. I'm the dude.
One minute, dude.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were, but now you gotta be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Who are you guys?
We're you, dude.
What's up, guys?
There we are. How's it going, everybody?
Hello.
Welcome back to Deliberating Dogface Dudes. And tonight we have a special guest, Alan Crawford. We'll let Alan come in and pimp anything that he wants pimped. Looking forward to give him a round of applause. Looking forward to a good conversation here. How's it going, Alan?
Doing great. How are y'all?
Chilling, man. Happy to be here.
Is there a little delay, or am I just expected to keep talking?
No, go ahead and just introduce yourself and tell anybody anything pertinent that you want known. Like,
Okay. My name's Alan Crawford. I don't really have a lot going on right now. I took a little bit of a health break from the industry, and but yeah, I moved to Humboldt back in 2011 and lived there until 2020. Moved up to Southern Oregon and worked in the hemp industry. Done all different types of extraction. Competed in a lot of different events and done some significant things. So I have a side project called the Unwinding Project. You can find it on YouTube.
wait,
And my Instagram is also the Unwinding Project. You can see it's really just the Instagram is cannabis focused. The YouTube is kind of health focused. So the Instagram is definitely the way to go to see my cannabis experience. And lately, the most recent cannabis stuff I've been doing is lab design and build out. Some pretty big labs, butane extraction. But I specialize in terpene extraction with steam distillation. It's kind of a lost art, and hasn't really taken hold like in the industry because I think it's just so precarious. It's hard.
and there's just so many people out there that the terpenes that they're going after is, oh look, this is blue raspberry nut tickle. People are like, oh yeah, and it's there's nothing related to cannabis in that terpene.
Right. So I come from a purely medicinal perspective on cannabis, and that's been my approach from the beginning. I watched Run from the Cure, the Rick Simpson story, and I was born and raised here. I served in the Marines, so I did a lot of things. I was selling real estate and working in the film industry, and I watched that documentary, and I was living in Humboldt like 3 months later. The universe just kind of opened up for me once I decided I had to go figure out whether or not that documentary was true, So that's kind of how my journey started, and it's just been a process of trying to learn everything about the plant from seed to sap, and in an effort to find the best medicine, And as far as I'm concerned, I found it. So now I felt okay taking a break, right? I'm just kind of watching the industry, and it's not a whole lot of new stuff, just kind of improvements on the stuff that we were doing back then, and actually right at the base of the mountain you're living on, So yeah, it's been a pretty wild journey. I don't know exactly which way y'all want to go with the conversation, but there's literally nobody here to really talk to about this kind of stuff, and it's been a minute, so I'm excited to actually talk about it.
Very good. Yeah, Humboldt is definitely the tip of the spear for the cannabis industry. It's even long before it was even medically accepted. Humboldt was wild in it and just elbows deep And what I think a lot of people don't understand when they imagine cannabis growers, either you're imagining that Leonardo DiCaprio movie where they just see a field of weed and everybody just sits around all day getting high, and then there's some narcos running around with scary guns, or they imagine just the narcos and things like that. They don't realize that the disposable expendable cash that you were not allowed to really put into the monetary system, into your typical system, like these guys weren't going down and throwing their money in a bank. And so what they were doing is investing it into things like you can almost exclusively credit the cannabis industry for the growth of solar, for the growth and experimentation that's come about from solar. And so the same thing applies in the medicinal portion of the industry, where a lot of people would think that this is just a bunch of punks sitting around getting high. No, a lot of these people were really putting in effort and money in order to try and make these products straight and right. At least the better ones were doing it. But I think in California, we're unfortunately seeing a fairly wicked decline of that due to just price. The regulations in California are so, and the costs are so prohibitive to get into the industry. Like around me, and Alan knows where I live. We live up in Humboldt, which is literally the capital of cannabis in the country. And there's very few growers here left. The only one around me that's big is actually the heiress to the Sears Roebuck Corporation. Like, that's the type of people who are able to grow at this point in time. They've taken it out of the hands of small business people. And the problem is that's because, and I want to get Alan's opinion on this, that's because the government's like half in, half out with their regulations right now. Either the government completely out, or they need to come in and do price fixing like they do with other things.
It happened in a bunch of different ways, man. And in 2016, when it went full wreck here in California, I was in Santa Cruz County and I was writing for a local newspaper. So I was covering this shit at the legislative level and the producer level and the cannabis lawyer level and all that kind of shit. And the state of California set up recreational cannabis as a open door policy for hedge funds to come in and collapse the industry for medium and small growers, extractors, manufacturers of any stage. And that's exactly what happened. And that's the way that it was structured. That's the way that it was set up, where, each individual county gets to come up with all of their own independent ideas for what this means. So it's not really a state law, it's a county law, where depending on where you live, especially if it's a major cannabis producing area in the state of California, you can get you have to go through 3 different phases of testing and approval. You did in Santa Cruz. Yeah, there's at least 2 in Humboldt right now. I don't know if it's more than 2, but I know there were at least 2. You have to, and it made it so individual counties were trying to make up for what they knew they were losing in gray market money in testing and regulations and all the different hoops that you had to jump through if you wanted to be operating within that county. I've joked for shit almost 10 years now. Only California could fuck up selling weed like this.
I actually believe that might be the damn near the year Steve and I met.
Yeah, about then.
Yeah, so I moved there, like I said, 2011, 2012 time frame. And the way I got there was a crazy story too. But to stay on point, I kind of watched it. I watched it progress, and I kind of knew the end of 2017, we all kind of knew that the fun was over for the most part. There was some disagreement about how it was gonna go, and then you started to see neighbor go against neighbor. People got licensed, other people didn't, and they started ratting each other out, and it was really sad to see the communities being
How
torn
quick
like
they
that.
started ratting. How quick.
Because like you said before that, these people when I first got there, everyone was driving brand new trucks, lifted way up, pulling a trailer with a bunch of dirt bikes or side by sides. Everybody there was abundance. It was part of the appeal to go there in the first place. And yeah, that just watching that slowly just get to where it is now, where
it's a very specific abundance.
left.
You have to point that out for people. It's a specific abundance. This isn't investing into homes, investing into stocks, investing into things that are going to provide you a future. It was burn your expendable money on useless things.
There was a ton of that, but I want to also mention though, because Garberville is a crazy place to be, right? But I got to actually live in Salmon Creek, which is its own kind of little community, right? And at the top of the mountain, they had their own fire department. They had their own school, they had their own greenhouses growing a ton of food. They had all kinds of stuff going on. And it was all self-funded from the community. And that was, I don't know where else you can see that in the country.
Spy Rock Road in Mendo was like that too.
Right. Yeah. Mendo,
yeah, and then McKinleyville was like that in a couple of different ways. It was kind of its own little pocket. I was up there for a little bit. Trinity County has to have that shit going on because there's only fucking so many places where people live in TC. You know what I mean? There's a lot of land, there's a lot of forest, there's a lot of national forest. There's just not a lot of people, man. I got a buddy that was part of the fire department there, and there's only so many engines they have. There's only so many people. There's only so many sheriffs they have, So if shit goes down, it takes a minute for people to get there, and then it really takes a minute for a formulated mass response to anything.
Right.
Yeah. I love it out there too, man. It has 4 legitimate seasons. It's one of the rare places in California where you can get winter, spring, summer, fall.
Right on. Yeah, I lived in Monterey for a while. It's just kind of always the same there for sure. Yeah, and SoCal is always SoCal. Well, I don't know. You guys have been having some crazy storms out there lately. Hurricanes, even maybe. I heard the weather's been.
Yeah, no, the weather's been wild this year, bro. Like I've only lived in California almost like 10 years, and the pattern since I've lived here is April-ish, May-ish. It stops raining, and it never rains again until maybe a sprinkling at the end of October, and it doesn't really rain till November. It's been dead hard raining up here since September. Like hard raining.
That's wild. Early rain was rare and everybody would freak out,
I'm in Marin County, in the southern part of the county, and it's been, I guess, the coldest winter that they've recorded in a very, very, very long time. And it doesn't really get above 55. It hovers at or below 40 at night currently, but we haven't had all the rain they're getting up north. We haven't got at all. We've got that, whatever that like doom fog, radiation fog over the Central Valley is. That's all over the place here too.
I mean, I don't know how much that really affects the markets. I mean, I guess it does. When I first got there, it was the fires that were the big problem, right?
Yeah.
Everything tasted like smoke, Smelled
Mm-hmm.
like smoke.
Yeah.
No, I remember.
And then Oregon, I got chased out of Oregon. We had to like evacuate to Grants Pass a couple times from the fires in down south. So
I
so
had
that's always
to
been an
I had
interesting
to
place.
evacuate from Boulder Creek in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and I went to his place in Humboldt to evacuate. And then all of a sudden there was another fire like 3 ridges over from his place. And we were like,
And then we got evacuated.
damn it.
Yeah, it was wild days back then when legalization happened, man. It was wild because, you know, I had I went out there out of necessity, right? Like I wasn't into I didn't know anything about the culture. I just knew I had to learn about this plant, and that's where I ended up. So I was there, and I participated in it, but I was still kind of just watching it from the outside the whole time, you know. But you know, I had some success that with a couple, you know, under the Prop 215 in 2017. Competed pretty heavy on the West Coast, won a couple High Times Cups and stuff for my vape pens, and then 2018, all the investors came in, and what I found amazing was most of the people I worked with, you know, pre-legalization, most of them had records and had done time even, you know, a lot of them were deadheads, and, you know, it was almost entirely, you know, cannabis related offenses that they were locked up for. But, you know, when the investors came in, those were the real crooks as far as I could tell, you know, making like
Always
100% loans. And, you know, the company that I was repping, that I was basically managing the entire company, got taken over in kind of a hostile takeover like that. And then I tried to work with them, but it just, man, I never imagined the greed that could exist in the world until
I'll tell
the
you what,
investors
Alan,
took
that's
over
a
the
repeat
company,
business
you know.
model with veterans who are recently turned on to cannabis, especially through PTSD treatment, and then availability of opportunity to put useful skills that you learned through whatever your job or jobs were while you were in service. You can usually apply a lot of that to the cannabis industry. And there's so many people who got ate up and spit out like that. And it's not just California, it's Colorado, it's anywhere where there is like recreational cannabis. And
Quit
it's
jumping on the back of my
fucking
chair.
wild, like how much of a predatory pipeline there is like that for hedge fund and, you know, super money back investor growers and veterans. And they're like, oh, well, I guess you're used to being fucking used for cannon fodder. You can get used to being used to fucking, you know what? You were just standing around guarding a poppy field 15 years ago. You stand around and guard this, fuck it. And like that's just how they view the whole thing. And it's sick, dude. It's gross.
Yeah, that was the part of the cannabis lifestyle, cannabis culture, just the Humboldt kind of lifestyle. No one there was really from there. Everybody's from a different place. There were a ton of vets, you know, psychedelics were prevalent, like healing was definitely the underlying theme. Even the people I think that were there recreationally, you know, were also looking for healing in different ways. So it was kind of this kind of a special place in time. And I don't know if it'll ever exist like that again, you know, because of the greed, you know. There was this spirit of like freeing the plant back in the day, you know, and that entire concept is completely destroyed by the inherent contradiction of it being federally illegal and the states being allowed to make all the money on it and profit and make it unaffordable for the people who need it the most, you know. So
I
it's pretty
first
tragic.
started coming to Humboldt in the like early 90s and mid 90s, and it was I mean it was very militant once you got up onto somebody's property. You know, it was pretty locked down and there was no fucking around, and everybody, you know, it wasn't like everybody was there for happy harvest party / orgy or we a bender, you know, kind of thing. Like it was still kind of the camp days, and it was very, very illegal. And it, you kind of had to be vetted a little bit before you got up there, and you definitely weren't allowed to see where you were going if you were just kid at a coffee shop in Garberville that got picked up during harvest season to go trim or whatever. But if you kept your mouth shut and you did a good job and prove yourself useful, you made some good friends and you got to hang out. And you got to come back next year.
I think you need to explain what camp days are. Your average person doesn't know exactly what that means. And
okay,
it's not as fun as it sounds.
So in the late 80s, early 90s, there was an organization called CAMP, which stood for Citizens Against Marijuana Production, and they were private. They were basically a privately funded anti-cannabis militia that coordinated with local, state, and federal law enforcement to raid cannabis growers in what's called the Emerald Triangle, which is Mendocino, Humboldt, and Trinity County in Northern California. And it was effectively like a lot of people getting Vietnam flashbacks on their property in the mountains in Northern California, when all of a sudden there's people in full tactical gear rappelling out of helicopters with fully automatic weapons down onto their property. And a lot of people lost their livelihoods. A handful of people lost their lives. Way too many dogs got shot. Millions of pounds got burned. It was a very contentious era in what has been the ongoing war on rationality in the United States.
And to put an exclamation point on that, the troops that they use to do that are same said shock troops that they send into other places, such as other countries when they want to do extractions. These contractors that for these wars, that this is literally what they do in their off time, is come and practice their arts on American citizens. They would come in at night wearing all black and go through and check people's buildings to see if they had grows in them, just no warrant, no anything else, just walking onto people's properties so that way they could, and even while it was going on, and this still happens today, if they're on the right property, they are. If they're not, well, let's fuck some things up anyways while we're here.
Yeah, man, so much was said there, but yeah, I was in Panther Gap for a season, right outside of Greenview, and I was fortunate to hang out with all the old heads, down there.
Hey man, shout out to Panther Gap.
Yeah, absolutely. The stories they had are crazy, because the way the lore went, from what I remember, is that whole terrain was settled by Vietnam vets. It was just old logging trails, and the farm that I was at was behind 6 lock gates. And if you didn't have a 4x4, you shouldn't even turn down the road. But just to get down
Ben,
to our
wait,
spot,
just real quick. It's funny you mentioned that, Ben. What's the first question I asked you when you said you were hosting a meetup at your old property before we actually met in person?
Like, how are we going to get everybody into the in and out without a 4-wheel drive bus?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like, do we need a 4-wheel drive to get up there?
It's pretty common in Humboldt.
Yeah, and he was out in Redding at the time. I just didn't know. I'd been in the Santa Cruz Mountains, where you have to ask that question, all the time anyway.
Right. Yeah, I think the movie Humboldt County was about that too. I think camp was kind of featured in that movie. I'm not sure if that was a different time necessarily, but it's been a while since I saw the movie.
I think they had Camp in Homegrown, if you ever saw that movie.
Okay. Yeah.
That had like John Lithgow and Jamie Lee Curtis and Hank Azaria
Okay.
John Bon Jovi was in that movie.
Oh, word. That's crazy.
He's
It's
like
still
he's an East Coast drug dealer scumbag or a LA drug dealer scumbag. But yeah, that's a crazy movie. They
It's still
fucking
in
they
the-
have a party at the Mateel. That's how I think it opens, or I think somebody gets shot or something like that, and then the next scene is they're having a harvest party at the Mateel. Which is,
What was the name of the movie?
If you lived in Garberville, you know.
I think you said.
And
yeah.
in
No,
Camp,
Garberville's great. I've
they
been to
changed the
Mateel.
name from Camp, but the same companies are still doing that, even though we legalized in California. Actually, there's more busts now than there was when it was fully illegal. Way more busts.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen. Like, I mean, I knew it was going to happen. I knew that once they started getting, legit funding, that more people were going to be going to jail. It was really weird seeing people so excited about legalization, to be honest. But
It was everybody that was sick of going to the fucking park or going downtown to go maybe buy a short eighth from freaking Spider, the punk rock, gutter punk, homeless fentanyl kid.
Right.
And that's what did it, because most of the growers, there was a huge coalition up in Humboldt. I remember that. Mendocino too, Santa Cruz definitely, Sonoma County. There were a bunch of growers that were like, no, what do you no? And their whole livelihoods went from, hey man, we're doing pretty good, and as a result of us doing pretty good, there's every grocery store is popping, every bar is popping, every restaurant is popping, the lumber yard is doing great, and it really, that gray market, green economy is what kept the entirety of the Pacific Northwest up till you got around to Portland or Seattle flowing for almost 50 years. And then they fucked it all up.
Yeah, they did.
big time. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pissed,
dude.
I'm like you, Alan. Like, a lot of what brought me out west in the first place was a draw to the industry when it was still like, outlaw fucking. We're not really. This is extra legal days, But that's what brought me out west, and to watch what happened over the course of 20 years. Since I've really been out here for good, going on 30 years since I've really been out here for good. But those first 20 years, holy shit, from Prop 215 to recreational, they destroyed a multi-generational industry that kept everybody, including the fucking sheriffs that were growing on the side too, happy and fucking fed and focused on actual crime. And fucking keeping out the exact kind of investor element that's taken over the area over the last 10 years. Yeah, it sucks, man.
Yeah, I mean, Humboldt was all mom and pop when I got there. The Walmart was like pushed back in the corner, but I tell you, being from where I'm from, there's just nothing like it. I've been all from coast to coast, and I haven't seen anything like it, man. It's such a magical place, and I hope it gets back there, And I heard that there are some young guys there. There's people who are really dedicated and still doing it. But there's like a new younger guys, I think, moving there that are trying to bring it back a little bit.
Well, they're basically gentrifying it at this point, man. It's all shot out. It's blown. Eureka's a fucking hellhole, dude.
Like, literally, there's no money left in the industry because that's what I was talking about with the half in, half out. Because the federal government's not involved, there's no pricing regulations. And so, old girl down the road that's punching out 400,000 pounds a year, she got no problem dropping them for $250 a pound. And even if she's only making $50 a pound times 400,000. Where
Right.
where your local mom and pop that grew 30 pounds when he only makes $50 a pound. Well, that don't work out near as well. You're now needing to have a job, and this is like your side hobby type thing. And because they've
You already
done
burned through logging. You already burned through fishing. You already
Yeah.
burned. There's no rail. There's no. What are you gonna do? Be the most remote tech hub on the planet, where nobody's got a fucking high school diploma?
I don't know how to deal with that, Jim. I think that's because this vertical stream thing. Is
I
so
see him,
new.
Jim. I see him on
I
the.
also didn't see him. And last night when I was on, we got like 7 super chat type things only in vertical. It's not super chats. They're like jewels or something like that. And I could not see them last night, or else we would have called them out. I feel like an asshole because thank you to everybody who donated last night during the couple hours I was on messing around on Sarah's panel. I did not see the donations. I apologize, but thank you very much.
I
guys.
can see your chats, James. You just said Alex Jones only blows a D if it'll prevent World War III.
That's on the widescreen one.
No, it's on the vertical screen.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll share my screen right now.
We're having technical talk, guys. There's some new developments in YouTube and in
now it's working.
StreamYard, and so we're trying to figure some of these things out. And one of the developments is that we're now doing 2 streams simultaneously. One of them is in a vertical format. One of them is in a horizontal format.
Right.
And we're doing both.
Yeah, if we go back here, this is the horizontal format. Right? And that's that chat.
Maybe it's a localized filtering because some of my comments don't show up on the big screen.
It was an issue last night where I didn't see any of we had like a whole bunch of people donate jewels to us of some form. This is episode 420, sir. Of Duck Dynasty.
The boys run a train on your mom. It's
It's a holiday classic.
a very special episode of Duck Dynasty.
Yeah, it's also 710.
Yeah,
That's actually my neighborhood.
Oh shoot, we lost him. He's back. There we go. All right.
So
Close.
with all this said, what differences in so I want to bring this to something more relevant today's what's going on. So we're currently seeing a heavy push against cannabis. We lost the chat in the corner too, Steve.
What? No, I didn't.
It says I'm backstage. No, you're on stage. We can see you, bro.
We got you.
Oh, weird.
It's
okay.
It could be running delayed. I don't know.
But there's a heavy anti-cannabis push, and obviously, and when we were talking about a little bit before the show, these guys threw out the alcohol industry, which absolutely makes sense because they're losing, handfuls, just hands and fists of money,
hundreds of millions of dollars. Gen Z don't drink at all.
Yeah.
They can't afford the streaming services they're hooked on for dopamine. They're not going out to buy a $17 fucking cocktail.
Yeah.
That shit ain't happening.
So the push is the anti-cannabis push right now is they have this thing that they're calling scromiting. And this is part of why I wanted to talk to Alan about the different products that have been used as herbicides and pesticides and fertilizers historically, because this scromiting thing, smoking weed is not new. And the propaganda out right now is basically trying to make it seem like it's new. Like, oh, look, now everybody's, and what scromiting is scream vomiting. And
this is, by the way, I remember covering this on AM Wake Up
4 years ago.
2, maybe 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. But
I
they've
remember when
already
they tried this before.
they've already tried to push this once or twice. The scrum it. It's already been thrown out there a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one's the heaviest push I've seen so far. Like on social media, I'm seeing it probably every couple scrollings. You're getting some type of a health emergency. Emergency rooms are full of people scromiting, blah blah. So I kind of wanted to get your take on that and what you think, whether this has any validity at all, or and if so, what's causing it. And I'm not sure what we got pulled up here. I'm assuming it's something related.
This is the lady who's going to tell us about this new phenomenon.
You're on the wrong mic, Marcus.
Let's watch.
Today, we take a look at a bizarre and fast-rising medical mystery hitting emergency rooms across the United States. Something social media has dramatically named scromiting. The term combines screaming and violent vomiting, and doctors say it's the hallmark of a condition called cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, or CHS. It's showing up most often in regular marijuana users, including teenagers. And ER doctors describe patients arriving doubled over, clutching their stomachs and vomiting repeatedly, sometimes 4 or 5 times an hour. The episodes can last for hours, even days. To make matters worse, the symptoms usually hit within 24 hours of cannabis use, sending patients into cycles of dehydration and agony, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. The immediate fix is usually IV fluids and anti-nausea meds. But experts say the real cure is quitting cannabis altogether. Until then, the strange and unsettling trend of scromiting is likely to keep rising.
At least the propaganda about it is likely to keep rising. Alan had to step out. He was having some technical issues.
We have decided to poison the cannabis supply in the country after everyone is getting sick from the weed we have made you smoke. We are going to take it away from everyone else and punish the people who are growing on their own in their home garden.
It's a good Hank Azaria impression.
Do you remember, Steve, the
thank you, scrum it again.
They were spraying, the government was spraying something on the Mexican cannabis crops in order to make people get sick when they smoke.
It was paraquat.
Yeah, paraquat. That's what it was. I have to wonder if this isn't a similar situation that we have here to the paraquat days.
Could it be a genetically modified, like glyphosate genetic weed plant, perhaps? You know, some sort of
there Driscoll Farms and Dole Fruit Company and stuff like that. They all have weed grows down in like South County, Santa Cruz, Watsonville, where they do all of the are you back, sir?
Yeah, I just dropped out and dropped back. I don't know why it takes so long to do that.
It happens.
I keep hitting this vape.
Yeah. We are Charlie Kirk, Bloxy. We carry the torch or flame or whatever the fucking weird little hypnotic AI song says.
The conservative dildo.
Right. We are Charlie Kirk, everyone. We are. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not and we're not and they're not.
Yeah, so I didn't get to see the video. Could somebody maybe just summarize?
She just basically gave a quick, and she didn't even give any details. She just said that there's a giant uptick of scromiting, and the doctors say that the only thing you should really do is quit smoking cannabis altogether.
What she said is emergency rooms are being overrun with little weak pussy men who can't hold their cannabis or their liquor. So we are sending them straight to university for automatic transgender sex change operations, where they will become Democratic senators and congressmen for the rest of their days. That's basically what she said. I'm not 100% sure I'm doing that verbatim, but it's close. It's close.
Timestamp that shit.
Yeah. I've definitely screamed and vomited at the same time, but I don't know. I don't think it's related.
There was usually whiskey and a fucking 5'1" Latina involved.
Yeah, this is only kind of gay, Silas. We are fucking around. We gotta jack it up then,
right?
Jack it up.
Kind of half-ass bullshit is this? Jesus.
Pedals to the metal.
Pedals to the metal.
She had reported that it was this new phrase, this new condition, cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. So they were calling it CES so that they could charge you for the CES visit. And then the solution is to just stop cannabis altogether.
I do have one friend that this happened to. I see nobody I know, which I agree. I mean, out of the 10,000 cannabis users I've known, I know exactly one that went through an episode of this.
Same here.
And as soon as he smoked somebody else's cannabis, it wasn't a problem. So this would lead, and obviously back then it was fully illegal. So we didn't have the ability to do studies on what was going on. But one would believe that either something that they were using as a herbicide, pesticide, nutrient drench on as a foliar feed, something along that lines. Like even when you look at things like organic pesticides, like when I first moved here, sulfur was a big one to use. That's an organic thing. Pests don't like it. And then as the extraction market started evolving, you found out right quick that condensed sulfur in your product is horrifying.
Yeah. No, absolutely. There's a million different pesticides. I mean, the way that I see the whole the whole situation is you can't really grow commercially at scale without using those options. I mean, if you study
especially indoor. So
what do you consider
even outdoor?
What do you consider? I was going to ask, what do you consider at scale outdoors?
I mean, acreage, like 50 acres plus.
Yeah. Okay.
It also depends geographically. I mean,
Thank you,
anywhere you've had any kind of monoculture for as long as you have, you're gonna have like pest problems. The humidity here, everything has to be grown indoors here because of the humidity, right? Everything would just go straight to mold. But yeah, I think ultimately the only way to avoid all that is to grow healthy plants, and let the plants' natural defense mechanisms, the terpenes, really do the work,
Well, when you're consulting for, you said you consulted with people in like the Southeast U.S.
Oklahoma is about as
southeast. What are the biggest roadblocks that because you had, a number of years on the West Coast to like get some dirt under your nails and shit like that. Like what are the challenges that you run, or is it just a bunch of people transplanting from California to Oklahoma to get in on it?
There's a lot of that. Oklahoma's pretty thriving. They have thousands and thousands of licenses out. When you get further southeast, like Texas, is just no bueno.
Did you run into the Chinese mafia in Oklahoma a bunch?
Alan, don't forget to add in the cost differential, because that license in Oklahoma is $5,000. It's $250,000 in California for the same license.
So if you were smart, you went to Oklahoma like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's kind of played out now, to be honest. In a lot of ways, it's I don't know. I thought it would be more sophisticated, but it's just California is like its own country. There's plenty of people there willing to pay for quality. You just got to find your niche. But Oklahoma, it's so tiny, and it's the first time I've ever seen them selling like ounces of shake. So,
dude, you haven't been out here in a minute, brother.
yeah,
The
it's been a
market's
while.
completely dead and collapsed. People
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, first let's start out with that genetically. And Brian and I, we call it curse of gelato. And genetically, the place got taken over by runts, gelato, Zookies.
All
and
of all of the wedding cake based strains.
You know what? There's a lot of genetics in Humboldt, like in the mountains, in the hills, that are just waiting to be popped. I think. I don't know.
They all left, bro. They all left and went to Oklahoma. They're gone. The only people left up here, like literally,
a bunch of those. No, dude, a bunch of those Humboldt strains are in Santa Cruz, Big Sur, San Luis Obispo.
What about the Mandelbrot seeds?
Yeah.
Anybody know about the Mandelbrot seeds? I saw some floating around down there, in the kind of deadhead scene. Mandelbrot had all the goodies, you know, all the ones that'll grow out in the redwoods with all that humidity. So like all the gas, you know, used to be straight gas when I first went there. Now it's all fruit. It's all fruity, you know.
Everything's fruity.
No, the Mandelbrot is the Royal Kush and shit like that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's all.
I don't know if you remember, but they crossed some fucking. They crossed Chem Dog with Super Skunk and something else, and they called that the Truth.
The Truth, yeah.
That is the fucking truth.
His
next line is Humboldt.
Those are all Mandelbrot seeds.
Tinfoil or something you have my heart with that. Tinfoil of poo. I grew some New York City sour diesel this year.
Oh yeah.
Mixed them together. Oh my god! And this doesn't even happen to me. I took a dab of that. I had to go sleep for 3 hours. That doesn't even happen to me. I was embarrassed about myself. I was like, lightweight bitch.
In the Gap, we grew like 1,500 pounds of like half sour, half OG, and by the end of it, it smelled the same to me. I couldn't even tell the difference for like
that's
a year.
That's the biggest problem with a lot of these things that they're growing light depth, where it's done in tunnels. Everything from that tunnel smells exactly and tastes exactly the same. It doesn't matter if you half and half your tunnel. It's all the same once it's been in that tunnel.
You're blowing the terps all over each other, you know. It's wild.
Yeah.
So I still have trouble with it. I do have some sourdy back cross twice seeds that I need to pop, you know. So I'm a big fan of sour. But all those legendary strains I think kind of need to come back, you know. I think there's a demand for it from, you know, the circle.
The newer stuff doesn't do anything for you. They're claiming it's rolling in at 30% THC and all this, and you're like, yeah, well then why do I have to smoke a freaking a white owl in order to try and catch a little bit to the head on it?
Right.
Like what the fuck's wrong with it?
That's the biggest problem outside of Humboldt is, and even Colorado, they have like a totally different style about things. It's kind of weird. I still haven't quite figured it out, to be honest.
It was an indoor market, not an outdoor market.
Except for the fucking cough. The cough was all outdoor.
The cough. The strawberry cough.
That was all fucking outdoor, buddy. And the LGS, the lime green shit, that was all outdoor too.
Dude, that was the shit. People forgot the lime green is what tears your face off, not this purple. Everybody's like, where's the perps at? Oh, you don't like getting high?
Dude, 99 Colorado LGS, that was the shit, dude. Oh.
I think I don't know.
We're very anti-cannabis on this show.
You know, the deadhead scene is pretty unique. I don't know how much. I mean, a lot of the old guys, the old outlaw days, they were deadheads, you know, and I'm sure they still are. I mean, a lot of them are started companies, you know, and are doing well, whatnot.
Unfortunately, Alan, that was the first gang I ever joined.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah,
I didn't realize I was joining. Those weird.
Yeah, I can fucking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was initiated many times in many different ways, man. But the guy that brought me out there, if y'all want to hear a quick story about how I got brought up there in the first place, I was in Louisiana, and
somebody met you down in the Ray's parking lot, thought you were cute, and brought you up to trim.
no,
oh, that wasn't it.
no, I was working in the film industry, and there were a lot of people from California here from the film scene, and I had my own source, and I was reselling or whatever, small quantities, and I met this guy who was like, this is bullshit. If you want some real shit, whatever. So I started working with him, and I was super paranoid, and I've always been a tech guy. So I hacked a couple Android phones and put custom ROMs on them that were like security hardened, and I set up like private encrypted network basically with prepaid SIM cards, and that's how we communicated. He told his guy in Humboldt about the phones, so he ordered like 10 phones in a private network, and he wanted them all, this guy could talk to these guys, but only one guy can talk to him, kind of thing. And so I knocked that out and sold it to him, and he got them, and they worked the way that I said they would. And he was like, yeah, bring this guy out here. And he made me his personal assistant, and I had no idea like what I was getting myself into, but I ended up in like the business park at the base of the mountain there in Redway. And that's kind of where I started. I was there for 6 months as his personal assistant, and he had a couple farms and was, doing bigger things. And yeah, he kind of taught me everything I needed to know in that first 6 months, and then there was, of course, a big incident. My first big, I guess, Humboldt incident happened, and there's no police, there's no anything. You just gotta take care of yourself, and I got kind of freaked out, so I went my own way in Humboldt, and
which Redway is
that happens a lot
for me. That is
yeah.
If I'm gonna not go to Eureka to shop because it's just like I only need one or two things, I go to Redway. I despise Ray's, so Redway has
fuck Ray's, dude. Fuck
the little
Garberville.
business park with the
fuck that goddamn hardware store.
The hardware store, yeah.
Oh, dude, that's another people that rip everybody off. This Northern California, they treated the cannabis industry the same way that merchants treated the gold rush back in the day, where they were just getting the cheapest, shittiest products, selling them for 10 times what people are getting for other products anywhere else in the fucking country, and feeling okay about it, like Daisy's in Garberville. Straight ripping everybody off. I literally, something simple like a cattle panel or a hog panel, they cost, you go down, it's Fortuna is like 40 miles away. You can go there and get one at Tractor Supply for $40, or you can go to Daisy's in Garberville and pay $120 fucking dollars for the same panel. Like, are you guys kidding me? You are just pathetic, and you're just taking advantage of everybody.
Yeah, we called a $100 bill a Garberville peso.
Yeah. Well, and now because of that, they're still trying to do that with the prices, but nobody's got the money. So that you go into Garberville, 90% of the shop businesses there are closed up, just straight up, because everybody still wants that money.
Cecil's is a good example, right? I mean, he went there after Katrina, so just a few years before I did. And he's not there anymore. I mean, I really appreciate being there when all that stuff was popping, man. And we were talking about it earlier. I do have some hope for California, for Humboldt specifically. One, because of the genetics, and two, just the microclimate of it. I think it just grows the best there.
I don't hold the same hope, but that's because I'm currently living through the government that controls Humboldt, which is absolutely insane. The government here, they are horrifying. Like Angela Baby Carson is saying in the chat, actually in Humboldt here, what were the numbers on that? There's something like 800 licenses or something in the county for growing. Only like 150 of them got renewed this year, and people actually tried to get them. Yeah, out of like 800, anybody that had strains that were good, they left. It's near impossible to find any of the good old school strains. Like, you have got to have a dedication to it. Everybody went to these Girl Scout cookie strains, basically. gelato runts, all those kind of things, because they grow very easy, very quick. You get a really quick turnover in your light depth sea of green situations, as opposed to like some of these things like we're talking about, like with the sour D that everybody was talking about earlier. Well, that's not a good light depth plant. They have larvae flower material. The plant grows giant. It takes a long time for it to grow. It doesn't turn around quick. So with all that, everybody that was really good either quit or left and went somewhere else where the regulations weren't so horribly stifling and the taxes weren't so overbearing where nobody can make a dollar. Like, not only, and you add that to the fact that they charge us in the stores here twice as much as they do anywhere in California. California is infamous for being horrible. What's up, Michael? Horribly infamous for being expensive. In Humboldt, Mendo, and Trinity, things are twice as expensive as everywhere else in California. Like now, my diesel's like $5.50 a gallon.
Groceries. Yeah, everything was twice as much for sure.
Everything, and we aren't making the money anymore to justify that. So and nobody has made the adjustment. So everybody in the county is just broken dead.
Yeah, I mean, literally everyone I knew that lived there has pretty much left at this point. I've got one friend, and he's planning on moving in a few months now. The only work that's available in the industry is not paying anything at all. And like I said, man, I kind of watched it happen. I'm glad that I didn't really,
Well, you know what they're getting for a pound now, right? You know what they're getting for a pound?
Yeah, about 200. Yeah, I mean,
how do you pay a trimmer?
I go for greenhouse typically, and I get it from Mendo, and it's grown by biodynamically and all that stuff by like a really heady guy I used to mushroom hunt with, and it's like 500 a pound, but it's hand trimmed. That's worth another $100 to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't get that anymore. But yeah, I know it's clean. I know it's good. So that's the way I go with that. But as far as extraction, I haven't done any, but I have a lot of terpenes that I have extracted over the years since I started that in like 2015. And so I still kind of mix things with that. The hemp loophole has been pretty good, allowing me to get some access to certain cannabinoids and stuff. But seeing the loophole close, we were talking about this on Facebook. I think that's how this conversation got started. Is I think the quality is going to go down with the loophole closing and everything going back to the black market. I think, but I think that the difference between the race to the bottom and the quality is a big difference, especially when you get to indoor. And I hate to say that, I don't really like smoking indoor, but I understand.
Dude,
why
indoor's the worst, right?
I mean,
the worst.
It is what it is, man. I mean, it's a head rush, but nothing like greenhouse is my preference, But
the head rush for like 12 seconds. You're like, like greenhouse has that.
It smells good, it looks good, but
right.
Now I'll go for the sun grown every time.
Pretty.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a totally different product. There's the spectrum of sunlight. I don't think you can replicate that fully artificially, and I think you just can't do it artificially, so it's a different product. The more man's hands interfere with the natural process, I think, outside of training and a few other things, like you just start the therapeutic value just starts to decrease significantly.
You mentioned Run from the Cure earlier.
What's that?
You mentioned Run from the Cure earlier. Is that a Rick Simpson documentary?
It's the Rick Simpson documentary, yeah. And I think there's a clip of Dr. Courtney in there as well. William Courtney that he had a big story back in the day for the miracle baby that it was a little girl that had a tumor in the center of her brain that they basically eliminated in 4 months with cannabis oil. And they had to say that it was CBD oil, but I don't think that I think it was the Rick Simpson oil. But
So
I moved to Humboldt and drove to Mendo, and he was my doctor. He was my cannabis doctor the whole time I was out there.
Rick Simpson was?
Dr. Courtney.
Dr. William Courtney.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did some cool stuff with him too. Like one of the big things I helped him with was the different growers I was working with. I would ask them which strains specifically the deer were going for, because he was interested in their ability to find the most medicinal strains, intuitively.
they love APAC.
So I gave him a lot of feedback on that. But he moved out of the country. It's all been like remote talking to him since, but I got to see him in person the first couple times, and that was really cool. But so yeah, I've always had the medicinal thing in mind, when rec happened, and I was really big in Weed for Warriors, and we would give away like a lot of the oil that we were making to the vets. And I mean, we did the monthly one in Humboldt, but I went down to LA quite a bit to the headquarters there and did a lot of events. And that was all stopped with recreational. You couldn't give it away anymore. And that for me, that was a big part of the experience for me, in Humboldt was Weed for Warriors and sharing the medicine with people, So that was about the time I knew I wasn't going to be able to be there much longer. And I moved to Southern Oregon and started doing hemp, and realized a lot of the same problems, different problems, but I learned the scale of things growing in acres, right? And I got to see a demo of an industrial scale hash trailer that Delta Separations put together, that they brought out to Southern Oregon to the hemp fields and made some bubble hash out in the field. That was crazy. So I got to see cannabis at scale, and I got to really see firsthand, how every step in scaling, you lose quality and you get farther and farther from, the Humboldt, the medicine that I enjoyed the most in Humboldt, right? You guys know Crystal and Noah, the guys with the dry farm in Humboldt. I can't remember the name of the farm, but it's famous, man. Everybody that I talk to that knows Humboldt really well, they always know about the dry farm because they have the best terpenes, right? And the dry farming is when you plant in the riverbank right next to the river, to where you never have to water, right? Just always it's drawn from the river.
Old school guerrilla growing technique right there.
Exactly.
I think probably in Humboldt the only and they've won a bunch of awards in the last so many competitions is Ridgeline. They've got the Lance, did really well. I can't think what the one last year was that they had that won a bunch of awards. I think it's Ridgeline Farms up here.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what you call it, traditional growers is kind of what I call them, but it's the ones that would build their trellis out of like constellations and shit. That's always going to be the dankest, the guys who I mean, everybody has their own way of doing things, and it's the ones who kept it closest to nature and seem to be the most aligned with nature that were able to really allow the plant to reach its full potential, And that's why I like greenhouse, I guess, is because it's allowed to fully mature, right? Where you're not up against the weather.
The problem is that them natural ways are extremely expensive and labor intensive. And so that was great for guys that, because most people don't realize, I think, that most of these grows, when it was not legal, these grows were usually around 99 plants, because anything above that got federal attention. If you kept it under 100, you were only up against the state. So 99 plants is not that hard to take care of. When you start getting into these commercial areas, starts getting way, way harder. And that's the only way to make money is commercially grow at this point. And so you can't do those really nice things that really were better for the plant, because it's just not, it's too labor intensive. The money isn't there to pay for it.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying in certain markets, like Vegas has a company that that I kind of interviewed with back when I was just trying to see what my worth was out in the market. So I started interviewing with some of the top companies just to see. But one of the companies that I talked to, I mean, it's big money, right? It's big, they're one of the larger companies. They got absorbed by Green Thumb, but they're doing everything, they're talking to the plants, and they're doing a lot of those things that are done, in Humboldt and home grows, across the world that just aren't, commercially applied. So they're out there, but you have to be in a market where you have a sophisticated market that has money. That's what just doesn't really exist in many places, especially not today. I have a quick question, everybody. What's the podcast usually about? What are some of the topics? Because I feel like cannabis isn't like a.
We've been trying to figure that out too.
Okay.
No, we're so this particular podcast, the Tuesday night thing, is very specific, and it came together as like a alternative to the red pill, and it's a diverse group of guys. So you got Steve up here. He's normally his show is typically about geopolitics and things like that, and he's spoken to just about every whistleblower you could possibly name, no matter how big and famous they are, including the Epstein story. The very first time the world heard the Epstein story break was on Steve's show.
Okay, you're that Steve. Okay. All
yeah,
right.
that's Steve. And then Jim here is an artistic master. He has, not only does he make bronze art, but now he has become the metal smith of such, and he's now making his own metals and things like that. And he speaks on occult very heavily. And Jim has the privilege of being one of the last people that when Tracy Twyman was at the end of her cut short life, Jim was able to spend a substantial amount of time with her, and she came on the show Jim was on consistently. Marcus is our computer wizard, and Marcus is also, I'm fairly sure, if we go back to the time of magic and gods, Marcus will be the new Argus, as he has taken in all the information. You must wheedle it out of him in bits or pieces. Talking to him is definitely going to be more confusing than climbing a mountain in Tibet and talking to a monk who does not speak English. And I live off grid, and I talk about off grid.
We actually don't let Marcus talk until we hit $300 in super chats.
Yeah.
So,
right on.
It's up to you guys out there in viewerland whether or not you want to hear the words of the world's most confusing oracle.
Yes.
AlanMarcus.com.
Yeah.
And I speak about alchemy and occult and electricity and off-grid living. And so between us on this show, we talk about just about anything and everything that catches our attention.
Sounds like a very intelligent and enlightened group. I'm into all of that and more, And I think cannabis brings all that together in a way, kind of I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, but it's definitely just even just watching the documentary has totally drastically changed the trajectory of my entire life, and just going with that.
Get a little more into that. Crazy. Get a little more into that. What that caught in your attention, and I'm also very curious. And good to have you, brother. Good to have you. I'm glad you found us. We love Sarah. The portion where you were talking about the extraction of terpenes, this is one of my favorite subjects also, because I'm all about the preservation of the extremely volatile terpenes. Because of that, Gomez, I do fresh frozen extraction, where you pick the plant before the sun hits it in order to preserve all the terpenes, because we all know that in the morning the sun immediately starts burning them off. In order to Yeah. And so in order to preserve all of that, and then immediately putting the plant into frozen temperatures, so that way the terpenes are locked in. So please do wax poetic on your journey with that and your processes.
Oh, terpenes. Oh man. Okay, so I started with butane in 2013, and we were making shatter like everybody else back then, but the trim was so dank and Humboldt that like all our patties were so sticky, nobody wanted them. It was the wildest thing ever, dude. So we just started putting it in jars, and then it would crystallize and started doing all this crazy shit. And then we started, scraping the top of the patties with forks to make it nucleate. And then we started, um, putting crystals in it to force the crystals. I forget what we called it, but we went through all that, man.
Seed crystal.
What's that? It's crystal seeding, I think they call it.
Yeah, seed crystal. Yeah.
Yeah. So went through all that, man. And back then there's no YouTube. The guy that taught me butane learned from Grey Wolf, who was pretty much like the man back then. And so I was kind of like secondhand from that knowledge, and we had like all our parts were from like the oil and gas business. Back then there was no Bogart and Eureka or anything. So it was a lot of
it's gone now.
Kind of, Yeah, it's gone now. I heard, yeah. That whole. Anyway, like I said, the industry hasn't changed much. It's just kind of improved. Like the tech has kind of improved, but we learned we were doing passive back then. We weren't even using pumps in the beginning, and we kind of grew into, by the end of it, we had 2 6-foot columns like stacked on top of each other, and we had ladders, and then we put cameras in everything basically. And so that was all fun, but the basics are all still there. I still have the glass tube that I first started with. It's like small on one end, and you pack it with material, and you have the can of butane into a Pyrex and all that. So I found that the other day in storage. I was really excited that I held on to that. But so I knew about terpenes, and I kind of understood what was going on back then. But then the guy that I started with that brought me out to California, who I kind of ran away from because the lifestyle was just too crazy for me. I had kids and a wife, and that it didn't really fit in back then. I had to keep those two worlds separate in Humboldt for the most part. But anyway, I ran back into him at dinner one night, and he told me he had a lab, and he was extracting, and he was using steam and ethanol. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, He's like, yeah, why don't you come by and check it out? So I went by, and told him what, everything was cool. He had like 3 massive storage units all next to each other. One of them was just full of freezers. The other was full of bins, full of dry material. And then the third one was the lab, with all this crazy equipment that I'd never seen. And there was like 20 people in there, and none of them seemed to know what they were doing at all. And it was a mess, and the manager was trying to launch his own like vape hardware company while he's managing the lab. He just wanted the oil to put in his pen, and he was like using the lab to process his material on the side, like all the typical Humboldt shit. And so the guy that brought me out, we'll just call him Ace, right? I'll just come up with a nickname for him. So Ace was just like, money was just bleeding money all over the place. And I was there for like a couple days, and I told him, I was like, hey man, this, you really need to fire everybody, keep 2 guys, and I can turn this whole thing around for you, and we can make some good medicine. And so that's what we did, man. He listened to me, and with all that money he was saving, pretty much anything that I told him that we needed, he would go buy it, and then he would drop it on me and say, here, figure it out, never pay for the training, with the equipment. But one thing he did do is we brought in several consultants on various things, various aspects, different industry leaders who offered that service back in the day. So I got to learn a lot of different things that, very much proprietary. A lot of the secrets, right? The Ace was really good on understanding that it's all about the knowledge, really, you know. So and the data. So it was real heavy on R&D back then. But the one thing he was doing differently was he was using steam distillation to capture the terpenes, right? And the guy who designed the stills, it's a guy named the Wizard, who was like a Burning Man legend who worked for Boeing back in the day, and he lives at the top of like uh, Santa, whatever, some like one of the most baller neighborhoods in San Diego. There's like $1 billion homes all around him, and he's got this like tweaker built 3-story shack with like a big huge like aluminum metal building with like all the like stainless printing equipment and shit in it. And he just bangs out these steam distilled rigs, you know, steam distillation rigs. And the way he comes up with his designs is he injects ketamine, and then he says he talks to God, becomes a molecule of steam.
Okay.
And all this kind of stuff, right?
I've known a few people who have injected ketochloride that have claimed to have talked to God, or there was a dude who was standing in the courtyard of a Motel 6 in Bloomington, Indiana, waiting for the mothership. That was weird.
This guy said he says you got to get the ketamine from Mexico, because in America they take the God particle out, is what he would say.
Okay.
He was like 80 something years old, you know, so he's a legend. But
fucking Clive DeCarlo, who's extraordinarily well-known doctor in alternative medicine. On my show, he told me that if you want to talk to God and you want the best time in your life, you got to go into the K-hole and be naked and hold a woman who's also naked while you're both going into the K-hole. I was like, the fuck? And this guy,
I'll tell you what, man, that is fun.
He's like librarian and like 70, and you're like, is this 70-year-old librarian telling me to go into the K-hole?
Yeah. I've been in some situations where ketamine was going around. I've never done it personally, but because I heard of the K-hole, and it just scared me out of ever trying it. But I've done a lot of other psychedelics, but not that one. But I was at a party one time where things got out of control on ketamine, and I was really glad that I wasn't on it, you know. So I forgot what I was even talking about, man. I got off on a tangent.
Now you're stuck in the K-hole.
I'm in a K-hole,
right?
Your legend of the Wizard.
Wait 3 minutes and then just communicate telepathically with everyone. Definitely what happens in the fucking K-hole.
Right. Yeah. So the psychedelic, the whole psychedelic world with the deadheads, and then the company I was working for, the logo was actually an Alex Gray painting. And so Alex Gray did events with us, I think it was every 3 months. He would do events. We'd set up all of his artwork around. He would do autograph sessions and stuff. And so psychedelics were everywhere. And it was just out of control, to be honest. But so the Wizard he had, the way he designed his machine was with sacred geometry based on this painting by Alex Gray called Higher Vision, which was the name of the company that I worked for. And so that the whole thing was kind of, intermingled and twisted together in some crazy LSD trip. But at the end of the day, the guy made these machines, and it was kind of like nobody knew where we were getting this equipment from or how we were able to produce these super high quality terpenes. But it was because we were using live material, really, pretty far, ahead of everybody else. And it was just so good. It was so fresh, and it was straight from the hill. And I was just really careful about not having any degradation whatsoever. So I would do things like you were saying. I would prep the plant, de-leaf the plants basically the day before, and then harvest like before the sun comes up, and everything would go into freezers. I would start running right away in the middle of the farm, in the middle of the field. I'd set up the machines with propane, and a cold water source was all I needed, man. And I would just pump out, mason jars full of crystal clear, super loud terps, all day. And yeah, that it was nobody else was really doing it back then, And then the ethanol side, watching that that whole thing progress, and starting with short path, and then for distillation, and then go into different rigs, white film, and spinning band, different things, different methods of more and more high precision rigs to get a more pure and actually a more full spectrum distillate at the end of the day.
My hoodie says Carhartt. It's a rain defender. I live in Humboldt. It's constantly drizzling, so I gotta have. So it's one of them partially, at least. It's not waterproof, but it water resistant.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask then, what is your thoughts on the comparison between ethanol and butane? Because myself, I prefer your hydrocarbon gases because of the oxygen molecule. And that's always my problem with your alcohol extractions is when you look at it chemically, the difference between a hydrocarbon and alcohol is literally just having an oxygen molecule in there, where your hydrocarbon, it's just butane and or just hydrogen and carbon, where your alcohol molecule, you have to add in an oxygen in there.
Right. I don't really have a strong chemistry background, and I'm like a fan of alchemy, and I understand basics of alchemy, but I'm definitely no expert. But
when you're looking at it chemically, oxygen is the thing that starts the breakdown process for everything. So when it's getting oxidized. And so especially with cannabis, like when you're trying to preserve like a THCA, part of the thing that's going to create that degradation is the removal of the carbon from the molecules, so the molecule is able to start breaking down and converting into different forms, and oxygen is going to be the means of that. So I've always been real resistant. I do use alcohol in some extractions, like if I'm like somebody specifically wants an alcohol extraction, but for the most part, because of that, I tend to steer away from alcohols.
Yeah, I mean, well, I started with alcohol making Rick Simpson oil back in the day, so it's like I was familiar with it already. Now I jumped directly from my first batches of RSO. I jumped right into butane, and I did that for about 4 years before I even entertained ethanol extraction. The equipment was a lot more expensive. It was like lab grade equipment. You had to have rotary evaporators and all that kind of shit. So, and again, it's very precarious. It's like a glass system that you have to build yourself, that's very fragile compared to like basically just a bunch of steel, and Pyrex really in butane. So it's a different skill level, and I'm not gonna say higher level. It's different skill sets involved, I think. But I would say chemically, we always used, and we paid way more for it, organic ethanol from sugarcane that was 200 proof. And we would just use it once, and then we would use it for cleaning and other things, but we would only extract with it once. And again, I was always, so the first distillation head that was manufactured in the US, I'm told, was by Summit Research out of Santa Cruz. And Elliot actually showed it to me, the very first one that he had manufactured and sent to him. He actually was like a friend of mine, and he showed it to me in his garage, and he gave me some clear, right? Because back then the distillate was just called clear, and it was just clear, flavorless oil. And
that was around the same year. That was basically the first year cannabis went recreationally legal. And the clear was like the big at the 710 Cup, because Denver started having competitions and things like that. The clear was like the big rollout at the competitions, like, oh, it's the clear.
Right. There's a company called the Clear too. That's legit. But yeah, Summit definitely was leading the way on the distillation side, and that was the first system that I ever used. And at the time, it was the highest precision, and he was the best thing about Elliot and Summit was that he would talk to you for hours. You could call that guy, and he would give you all the science just for free. You know what I mean? I bought a system from him, but I didn't pay him for his 3 hours of time to sit here and share it with me. So it was a different attitude back then too. And we're all trying to figure things out together. And so I took advantage of that. And I dialed in. I remember I just couldn't get it in the beginning because the system was just dropped in my lap, said here, I was like, fuck, okay. So figured it out, got it put together, went to do the first run, did a second run, couldn't figure out what was going on inside the glass. So I sat there for like 3 days without sleeping, just glued to it because the process takes forever anyway, but I was dedicated to not leaving this machine until I understood exactly what was going on. And I don't think that, I think now, with modern tech, like, a lot of the different processes, it's a lot of just push button kind of stuff. So you don't have to get that involved in things, right? But dialing in a short path back in the day was difficult if you didn't know anything about it. So I think going through all that, getting and working with the labs in the beginning, that was another thing we did a lot, was we worked directly with the labs on testing everything. Lab tests were relatively cheap back then compared to what they are now. We buy them by the thousand, and we were just testing everything. If you got a question about it, test it, So again, R&D heavy. So, big on, absorbing all that data and all that knowledge as quick as we could back then. But terpene specific, the terpenes we were creating, we needed, the distillate, we needed cannabinoids to go with it. So we had to figure out the ethanol because it was kind of, it was really the only option after you get the material wet, because then you have to dry it, right? And in the beginning, people would run.
Well, that is the advantage to the hydrocarbon gases, is then instead of drying it, you can freeze it, and the hydrocarbon gas won't dissolve with the. What are you doing, dipshit? Stop. The hydrocarbon gas won't dissolve the water, but it will dissolve the oil. And so it'll pass through, as long as you stop. As long as you crush it up nice, you can just pull the oil out and leave that frozen water behind. So that's another one of your real advantages with the hydrocarbon gases.
Well, I mean, we would run at negative 90 C, doing the ethanol extractions, and we'd run fresh frozen, and you get water.
Well, it's what it'll dissolve with. That hydrocarbon doesn't want to mix with the water.
Right. You know what? Honestly, the ethanol extraction that we were doing in a big batch reactor with an overhead stir and a paddle, and it was jacketed, and we just kept the chiller on it. It's all agitation and time, at the end of the day. And then the other big factor in ethanol is the filtration, So I would say at the end of the day, right, like the vape carts that we were making with that setup were just a really refined vape pen, right? Whereas the live resin cart is just a lot more going on, which I actually prefer on a personal level, of course.
100%, bro.
Yeah,
dude,
absolutely.
Dude, as unrefined as possible, and it lights your world up.
Yeah, I do like to crystallize and then decarb partially on the live resin parts, as far, I don't know, they have like diamond carts and shit like that now, but
I don't see how that's possible. Every diamond cart, I gotta be honest with you, and I gotta ask you, I personally think that most of this isn't even isn't even cannabis products. Like the shit that we're seeing on the market now that's coming in from China. Like I've got one around here somewhere. I get them just to check it out, but I would never.
I think I know where you're going with this, and I know where it's coming from. I mean, it may be a different source, but I know that from my experience in hemp, there's a lot of converting going on. There's a lot of conversions, right?
The up jumping into Delta 8, the chemical up jumping.
But you got to go to Delta 9 before you can go to Delta 8.
But like, these look super fancy, super nice. This got 2 grams in it. It says on it that it's liquid or that it's live resin and everything. Horse shit, dude. Like diamonds do not. They're hard to break down.
Yeah.
Once you crystallize something, that does not want to break down easily. Like,
No, I mean, I try to do it, you know, here on a very small scale, and it's crazy. You know, so I can't imagine that scale. But yeah, so I mean, most of the live resin that I see here, black market, and the dispensary doesn't even. You know, I'm curious. I think live resin is more of a label than anything else. I don't know what they're doing, but it's
I
it's all
100%
suspect,
agree.
you know? Yeah.
100% agree that, because the thing is like my live resin or my live diamonds, I don't do the rosin. So the live diamonds, when you open that up, it smells like your garden did in the morning. It 100%. It's like you just opened up an entire cannabis garden and just wafted it. And like literally, I went to a Sam Tripoli and Eddie Bravo show and met Sam Tripoli and Eddie Bravo and XG, and standing in a comedy club full of people, and it was noisy as hell. Those guys wanted to check my shit out, and I fucking popped it open and handed it over to them, and the whole club went silent. And fucking all of a sudden somebody's like, "I'll get a pipe." Like they immediately, and that shit is so crazy loud. You can't even compare it.
Then really, I mean, the live flower contains so many terpenes that once you dry it out, they're just not there. So overwhelmingly, the masses have no idea what those profiles are really like in reality. Once it's
right. So when you hand me a pen that has almost no smell, or it smells like raspberry gummy bear cum or something, then I'm aware of what live should be like. It should smell like I have my head buried in the middle of a plant.
I think I know what's going wrong in the processing in these. And again, outside of Humboldt, even in SoCal, like outside of California, I would say, in Colorado, maybe the sophistication goes way down, right? So I think what they're doing in the like, so Louisiana has 2 companies that are allowed to grow and process, and it's all vertically integrated, and they suck, right? They're terrible. They're like there's mom and pop, but it's more like good old boy, like family, like the old guy. They started with an expert, fired him, and hired all their grandkids, and now they're it's a mess, right? So I think what they're doing is they're separating the terpenes, the terp sauce, right? At post extraction, they're crystallizing, they're separating the terp sauce, and then I don't think that they understand how volatile terpenes are, especially live terpenes. Nobody really does, but room temp, they're degrading. There's chemical reactions going on.
They're vaping off right now.
Yeah, so you got to keep them super cold. I mean, it's just the science behind it, and I don't think they do that. You know, I think a lot of the Delta 9 that you see is hemp converted with, you know, pentane and other really harsh chemicals. And I think there are a lot of isomers that are formed in those processes that are in the oil as well. And then you eliminate all the minors when you do that. And then if you add degraded terp sauce back into, you know, some converted, you know, not, you know, Delta 9, but only by name, you know, by name only. You mix those together, it's just like a Frankenstein, nothing, you know, nothing burger. It's not going to have any therapeutic value whatsoever. It's going to be harsh. It's not going to taste anything like the original plant, because it's not the same plant. You know, the big thing, the hemp company that I started was called Single Origin Labs. And the whole idea was, you know, we get the terps off the plant, then we make the oil from that material, and then we recombine the terps with the cannabinoids of the same plant, you know. And even back then, that was like 2020. That was kind of becoming a lost concept back then, even, you know. So now today, I think that's how labs operate, man. They extract and they separate what they can. They're not keen on preservation necessarily yet. They're not really keen on a lot of the different processes, and they don't have the right people in place to do a good job. You know, it's just you can go to LSU and get certified in being a cannabis grower, but it's sponsored by all the big ag in Louisiana, all the chemical plants and all the, all the LSU
where they're
sponsors and
they're
everything.
pushing auto flower and shit and the
Yeah.
garbage shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've
And
got a couple
that's the
friends
only-
that have been to the schools, and it's like,
Yeah.
and they knew ahead of time they were just going to get the license or whatever to get the
Right.
paperwork, and they're like, my God, the things that they're trying to teach us in there are horrifying.
Yeah, it's all about job placement as far as I can tell. You gotta give LSU here in Louisiana anyway, you gotta give LSU some money because they control who gets to play in cannabis and who doesn't, Seems to be the way it is here.
Jesus doesn't love me. I'm a heathen.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the thought though. He does not, he's not down with me. We're not cool with each other.
Yeah.
Mate, he loves Marcus. Marcus is a high value man, probably loves Jim. Steve and I, we definitely he doesn't love us.
But real quick on terps, man, because I think, I do want to get this out. This is kind of like some of that knowledge that I earned that I haven't been able to share. And I've been waiting for things to progress to the point, where I've used cannabis for healing, and I think that the most therapeutic aspect of it, while the THC and the psychedelic, I think I've kind of practiced the German new medicine approach, and so I think that the psyche is the key to real healing, right? So the THC, the psychedelic effect is there, but I think some of the terpenes are also psychedelic, but they have such an immense an immediate change on us physiologically, right? Like I'll hit distillate by itself, and then I'll hit one of my carts with live extracted terpenes, and it's just totally different product, totally different experience. Muscles start relaxing that I didn't know were tight. I'm able to go crazy deep in meditation and meditative healing, prayer, and hold postures for insane amounts of time. And so really learn how to use the plant medicine as a tool, an actual tool for healing, instead of kind of Rick Simpson approach is, it's really eating 50 grams as fast as you can to dissolve tumors, but I learned that it's a lot more valuable than that if you in my experience in tapping into some kind of lost modalities of healing, that are not really present in Western society, but you can still kind of see it in the East. But the terpenes are a big part of that, and one of the ways they are kind of coming out in the West is there's a University of Arkansas just like earlier this year had a study come out where they were studying the analgesic effects, which is pain relief of terpenes. And I think they use the 5 most common cannabis terpenes, right? So it's like beta caryophyllene and myrcene, and I can't remember the other 3 specifically, but the top 5. Yeah. I can't remember. But they studied them all for their pain relief properties, and they found them to be more potent than opioids, and no side effects, like way less side effects, I think they said. But I mean,
well, understanding that a lot of that's due to the half-life, that cannabis has got such an overwhelmingly long half-life in comparison to other things, that the degradation out of your system gives you time to make that adjustment, where when the half-life is 3 fucking days compared to 30, your system's having to really, that's a shock to the system in 3 days, or over a 30-day course. That's quite a bit of time for your body to make adjustments to the altering substance to leave.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I think of terpenes as a solvent, right? I mean, you can extract with limonene. I've done it, right? So,
well, sure.
They're like a solvent,
oil,
right? They
carrier oil.
They go straight into like every cell in your body, like instantaneously. They want to escape from the amber bottles, you know what I mean, and seep through the cracks. They're crazy thin, crazy volatile.
Stop with the up and down.
it's the most magical substance I've come across in nature, to be honest with you. It's like essential oils, but in such complex and specific blends that the beautiful part is the way that the nose knows, right? So like what your body needs, I think, are going to be the strains that aromatically smell the best to you, that you're most drawn to when you smell it. If you smell it, and if you lean into it.
You haven't mentioned what this is doing is that cannabis very much is something you can study with the entourage effect. And the entourage effect, what that means is, and the terpenes are the first piece in the entourage effect. And the way that you can tell this, and I can even take this over to something like food, if you walk over and Ma's cooking up your favorite meal, the terpenes of those plants and whatnot in there are burning off, are evaporating off, and that's what's hitting your nose. And immediately when that happens, your mouth starts watering, your stomach starts gurgling. So what that's doing is opening up very specific pathways. And now that those pathways are open, the things coming behind it can follow those pathways. So when you're talking about with cannabis, the terpenes are opening up specific pathways. So when you have different terpenes, they're opening up different paths. And now this is allowing the THC and the CBD to make its way down those pathways because they've been wide open. This is what the entourage effect is.
Yeah, they go together. I think that's why the single origin aspect that we were talking about is so important too, that the molecules match, here's how I think of it after, 8 years, I guess, of working with terpenes, 8 or 9 years now, is the plant produces terpenes for two reasons, right? It's to attract pollinators, and those are going to be your sweeter, more volatile notes, right? The ones that escape with the sun that we try to catch and trap in a bottle or, a jar. The other one is for pests, but the way that it controls pests, from what I understand, is it's like a nerve agent, right? It just paralyzes pests where they can't physically like eat the plant, And it's the same when you smoke it, right? The sativas are typically your fruitier strains, your citrus and stuff like that have terpenes that are going to energize you and spark creativity. The gas, and the reason everybody loved the gas, and I think the reason why it's really sad that it's you can't find it anymore, is it kills stress like dead in its tracks, And I think stress is is the main weapon that's used against us, and being able to eliminate that instantaneously with a plant is just dangerous. So for a lot of different reasons, the markets have been driven the way that they are, but that's the real medicine. And I think a lot of the strains that I've kept for my personal use are heavy in myrcene. So myrcene specifically has a way of relaxing the nervous system, right? And that seems to be like the key to life, is mastering your nervous system, right? So I think the same thing that paralyzes the bugs, when we ingest it, it's calming our nervous systems down, and it's calming our minds down, and it's creating this synergistic effect inside of us that allows things to just flow through and not get trapped up, right? And I think on a very physical level, as far as elimination of toxins and stuff, I think the terpenes are loosening things up, and then the heavier oils, the cannabinoids, are kind of carrying things out safely, is kind of how I imagine it. This is all speculation and personal experience, but I have no science to back any of that up. But that's what makes sense to me after working with it and after using the plant. I mean, I dab and smoke more than anybody I know here in Louisiana, for sure. Definitely not in Humboldt, but people think I'm just out of control here,
It's one of those things. It's you can't really compare to Humboldt. It's like comparing fucking eating chocolate to the guy that's swimming in the Willy Wonka chocolate pool. The cannabis in Humboldt is 100% just an absolute culture. I have an absolutely crazy neighbor who calls the cops on my animals fairly regularly. And they actually came out one time, and I'm sitting there, and I roll my own cigarettes. So, when they're standing there, I assume they don't want me smoking a joint. I didn't think, they're going to arrest me, obviously, or anything, but I didn't assume they also didn't want me smoking a joint while they're interacting with me. And I was like, it's just a cigarette. And he's like, it's Humboldt. Nobody cares. Like, they're like, yeah, if you were smoking it, if that was a joint, we still wouldn't care. Like,
and my first weekend in Humboldt, I went to the Arcata Farmers Market.
You're being such a douche, dude.
And it was right around harvest time, and it was I'm sure you've been to Arcata Farmers Market. It's one of the most, at least back in the day, it was one of the most magical places I'd seen. Coming from Louisiana, all the food was organic, and here everything's sprayed with pesticides and grown with fertilizers. And if you ask if it's organic, they get offended and won't sell you anything. But out there, it was
we literally
we don't put chemicals in our food. Why would we do that? It's like, where have you guys been? Why aren't you sharing this knowledge with everyone else?
Dude, we literally have a giant, one of them hard like Yeti coolers that's basically fridge sized, and we pack that up when we're going to travel. And because we can't handle food that's not from here. Like after you've eaten the food here, where these people are like sacrificing unicorns and putting like baby tears in their fucking stuff. And like, you don't even know the food, the produce here is magical. Just magical.
There's so many heirloom varieties that you don't see anywhere else. I mean, the whole,
like, which of the 6 types of cauliflower here at the store that have all been hand loved do I want to eat?
The Romanesco.
Oh, the Romanesco. So good. The yellow, the golden cauliflower is actually my favorite. The Romanesco is my second favorite. I don't really like the purple cauliflower.
Yeah. No, the food there was magical. And at that first market that I went to, the food was overwhelmingly amazing. And because I came from Louisiana, I was doing all this research. We'd had a couple daughters. We weren't vaccinating, and we'd go to family get-togethers, and I'd be like, they're not eating that shit, and so we were kind of run out of Louisiana at the end of the day. I was afraid that my own parents were going to call Child Protective Services on me, and I was going to lose my family living here. So
my last family reunion, I brought some fantastic bread. Like some nice grain, like 9 grain bread, and it was so good. And I left the family reunion with both loaves of that bread, and me and my kids ate them and then they all went around. There was a rumor in the family that I was on meth, even though I have grand mal seizures. And if I even like looked at a bag of an upper for more than like 2 seconds, I would fall down and have a seizure. Like, you guys know I have grand mal seizures. I can't even drink coffee. Like, why would you say something? It's because they're like, he doesn't eat. Well, that's because you guys weren't eating food. And I brought food, but you guys didn't eat that. I eat food.
Right. So, I mean, getting to Humboldt, seeing the amazing food, talking to people about they seem to be hip to all the same stuff that I was learning about, And I didn't realize it back then because I was apolitical, but it was more of a like leftist type of ideology that was anti-pharma and, home births and all that stuff. It was like a leftist, kind of liberal movement from what I understand, which is strange now because they're not that way really. They were the ones pushing for vaccines and COVID and stuff.
Oh yeah, dude, you should have lived here. I was here in 2020. It was bad. It was bad.
I'll tell you when I left, man. I left when that same farmer's market that convinced me to move there, the same market we went, and that was my happy place. No matter how much drama went down in Humboldt, the Saturday market in Arcata, everything was cool and groovy, And that particular weekend was right after a student at HSU had gotten stabbed. And so all the students were protesting. And it was maybe the weekend before that, they had a big Trump protest. And like everybody's wearing, like women were wearing pussy hats, and they had signs on and pulling their kids in wagons. And like, it was madness. But that last market, these kids were marching through, protesting this kid dying and the cops not doing anything about it or whatever. they were protesting during the market, and then all of a sudden, this like freak storm kind of came over, and the wind blew all the tents over at the market, just started blowing everything away. And that was kind of like, for me, the very moment that everything, I was like, yeah, it's time to go. It kind of all happened together. But in the beginning, man, the food was amazing. That first market, food was amazing. And I'll never forget, there was a guy walking around with like a bud as big as my arm, my forearm, covered, dipped in wax, and he's just giving them away. He's just giving them away to people. And man, I just couldn't believe it, man. I just couldn't believe it.
No, it's one of the most, at the same time, it's like a heaven and hell type situation at the same place. Like, it's the most gorgeous land I've ever seen. It's the place, like, I see somebody named Luddite in the chat. It is the best place to be a fucking Luddite that I've ever been. I live fully off grid. And like, if you're somebody that imagines that the system will collapse at some point or become so untenable that you don't want to be part of it, like, literally out here, you can grow food all year long. All year long. It's green here all year. Where I live, there are dry parts of Humboldt, but where I live, it's green. I have ferns growing on my property 365 days a year, a very delicate plant. So there is water, there is, it's a moderate temperature, all the components that you need to survive are right here at your fingertips, and you just have to go get them. And then at the same time, 2020, this place was horrifying. We were pariahs to these people. They were the most crazed authoritarian people you've ever seen. Like, we were hated around town, hated. And this is a very small area. So the guy with the big ass beard and looks like he's like from Hitler's dream or something, like gonna come in riding with a fucking, on Odin's fucking Sleipnir with a fucking big old Swazi or something. Like, these people are acting like I'm just horrifying. And I'm like, what the fuck? I went from being like, I want to live with the land, and I'm basically one of you, and now because I won't mask up or get jabbed, all of a sudden I'm like, you guys are going to make me into every evil thing you can concoct.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah, they did. I was in Southern Oregon for it, so it was very similar. And I actually went down to Humboldt to build a fungi, couple fungi rooms for a guy. And I had to leave. I couldn't stay there for more than like a couple days. So I couldn't go anywhere because I refused to wear a mask, right? So I couldn't buy cigarettes. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't buy food. There was like
I actually was able to bully the people around here. I was able to bully them, and there was only one place around here I was not able to get away with what I wanted, and that was the animal feed store, which was the only place at the time I knew of where to get hay. And so they would not let me ring up. I could get the hay, I could do all that because I was outside, but they would not let me pay and ring out unless I put on a mask. I got to feed my animals. Eureka is 2 hours from where I live. Like,
where
2
you live,
hours.
even more impossible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Medford was pretty terrible. I mean, my wife got kicked out of the grocery store eventually. Like, they let us get by and push our way through for quite a while, but eventually it just didn't work anymore. But
I'm not at Whitebeard stage yet.
What's that?
California contrarian. Talking shit to the chat. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
Is there there's a separate chat?
No, if you look, it's because you're doing it on a tablet. I don't know how big your screen is. But on the bottom right corner, the chats from at least 3 of the chats, because this gets streamed to Marcus's channel, my channel. Jim's doing it also. Are you doing it, Jim? Jim is not. Jim's embarrassed by us, so he doesn't stream us. But it's, and then I have a vertical and a horizontal going because StreamYard just recently added vertical in. And what's up, vertical guys? so there's numerous chats. Well, almost all of them is down in this right corner. And so I can't tell which chats they're in. Actually, last night, funny story, I was on Sarah Tomato's panel, and there was some real rough comments coming in. And I could see them also scrolling up on the screen. And Sarah's like, whose chat is this? And I'm like, not mine. You know, I don't know any of those names. And then it turns out that was my vertical stream. It got like 1,400 views. And it was an absolute dumpster fire in that chat. Holy shit. I have never been to Twitch, actually. The other day, something was going on, and somebody had the little Twitch symbol. I was on somebody's chat, and something came up. And I was like, what does that symbol mean? And somebody said Twitch. I'm very technologically horrible. Marcus is my dude. Anything that's cool technologically that happens on my channel, Marcus did it. Don't blame me.
Man, I have a terrible habit of going off on tangents, and you know, a lot of the
dude on this show. That is the show.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Ben has a horrible habit of trying to, you know, wander near a topic, but then we all just sort of derail each other.
Yeah, right on. Whichever one of us, only one of us at a time tries to stay on topic, and then the other two try to derail it. That is the show.
Right on.
And then Jim just gives us fucked up visuals of trying to figure out what's going on over there. Like earlier, he had like an alligator crawling across him, or maybe it was a caiman. We need Cheney in here to really suss these things out, because we're not. The rest of us are not lizard people.
We're not swamp people.
Yeah, we're not from the swamp.
So I'm wondering what you guys think about this, man. I just found out today that I'm 2.5% Jewish, right? I don't know how to feel about it, just because I never entertained the
All right, well, it was nice having Alan on the show, and we'll
yeah, I know. Dude, trust me, I feel the same way about it. I'm like, yo, you know.
He's like ready to do on Fight Club. He's like, where's the Jewish portion?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought it was the perfect time to bring it up. To see you guys are such a stellar crew of truthers, man. Like, I don't think it's a significant amount enough to, like, you know, really alter anything. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of caught me off guard.
Well, it's a very complex subject, so it gets very interesting when you look at it. The original meaning of it was the religion primarily followed by the Hebrew people. So in this equation, Judaism is a religion, and the genetic people is Hebrews. So your genetics would come from that. And the other portion of it is just a religion. Well, you fast forward a couple thousand years, or a couple millennia, and they've morphed this whole system. So now there's the Ashkenazi, which, as far as I can tell, is not Hebrew in any way, shape, or form, but they're also then a certain line of people that they're able to follow their genetic markers. That is most likely what you're getting pinned under, which is not a Hebrew. Now, if you look at the way that their religion functions, they always need a sacrifice that they need to pawn their sins off on, and that sacrifice then takes the fall. It's just a function of the way their things work. And so when you look, if a lot of their larger, more prophetic happenings require a giant sacrifice of the Jewish people. And so I think that they took on extra people in order to be their scapegoats, their fallen goat, in order to fulfill the ritual without taking a loss in and of themselves. Is my opinion. So in saying all of that, I don't believe you're probably a Hebrew person. So I don't think that you can actually even be Jewish, and you don't follow the religion, and that's all it is a religion.
Yeah, and it's on my paternal side, so I think it's a maternal lineage.
Yeah, it's a matrilineal religion too.
Right.
So
right,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that isn't a point for you. That's a bad point.
Yeah, but it was, it's a small amount,
They're not going to let you take the birthright trip, Alan. They're not.
yeah. Unfortunately, right. So,
right.
Yeah, that was kind of a shock today.
You can't just roll up to Aiden Ross's podcast and be like, "No, this was actually promised to me 3,000 years ago. Get out of my fucking McLaren, you little homo. Get a fucking haircut." Yeah.
Right.
Did you do a 23andMe or something like that?
My dad, man, I would never do anything like that, of course, but my dad did it. He's 5% Ashkenazi.
The spiders are now on with the Dogface Dudes. This is what it's like when worlds collide.
Yo, but I'm like the rest is like 50% English, 25% Scottish, Irish, and then some Nordic in there, and some other some other stranglers, which I don't even know how accurate any of that is, but English, Scottish, Irish makes sense and makes me feel better,
Right.
So
his dad took a 23andMe test. That is what happened. My dad and my daughter took that test, and they found out that my people apparently were so overly horny that they could not make it 3 blocks without having sex with immediately breeding with people. So there's like almost no diversity in my bloodline. I'm also Scottish and German, and that's basically it. Like, oh, so you went and humped the neighbor? Cool.
Right.
Cool. You didn't get far with that, did you?
Is that airborne DNA in the Balderson family?
Man, I think about, I've been living on cannabis, or making a living through cannabis for such a long time, and I think that the most valuable part of that, besides having access to the medicine and the knowledge, would be having the time to do the research on all these things, right? So it's not just the state of mind that the cannabis puts you in, but it's just having the time to do the research. That being in a place like Louisiana is literally the polar opposite in every way. They work to live here, or I'm sorry, they live to work here instead of working to live. And they drink like we smoke in Humboldt,
Yeah.
And it's everybody's on pharmaceuticals, and the doctors are killing them, and it's just madness, So I'd like to think that if they had the time to sit and do the same research, that they would inevitably come to the same conclusions, But
it's a lack of mountains, Alan. That's what it is.
Right.
It's a lack. Well, and a lack of like water-based activities that require your physical exertion to do it. It's really hard to be a drunk surfer. It's really hard to be like just drunk as fuck and being like, okay, we're gonna go climb 3,000 feet up this mountain and go. Like, that's usually, but very good activities. I'm going to smoke a joint. I'm going to smoke a blunt. We're going to go for a hike. We're going to smoke another joint. We're going to smoke another blunt when we get to the top. And we're going to smoke another one when we get back down to the bottom. And then we're going to go to fucking breakfast or lunch or whatever. It's like, so when you don't have those particular activities in the state that you're living in, you're much more likely to drink. And then if you're where alanmarcus.com is, and it's shit weather in the winter, and you're snowed the fuck in, and there's no mountains, you're like, well, all we're gonna do is play freaking board games and get shit housed.
Yeah,
card games.
Card games. Yeah,
they can warm you up.
Freaking 8-handed pinochle and the euchre games that result in broken noses.
Double pinochle is the best. That is the best game. And thank you for the new subs. That is fantastic. We love all you guys. Steve and Jim are related.
We went to different high schools together. It's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, you
Yeah,
guys,
we
you
smoke.
guys have done
Well,
some,
now we do 2 dabs in the morning, which
Uh-huh.
actually is so nice being off grid because in the morning we live in a small cabin, so we don't let the fire burn all night, or else our house we'd wake up in the morning like, and so we just let the fire go out, and it's the house is whatever temperature is outside. So in the morning when you're so cold you can't move, you take them 2 dabs, smoke 2 dabs in the morning, yeah, and then now you're warmed up now, ready to go.
Yeah. The high dose, I think, for like head injuries and different nerve conditions, I think high dose is the only way to go. I think edibles is probably the best way, but man, it's so hard to maintain any kind of life when you're just dosed on edibles all day. So I really think the high dose dabs, I think, is,
What about
CBD.
CBD?
You like
full
CBD?
spectrum? Yeah, this full spectrum CBD. This Irwin Naturals, they make vitamin supplements. They're just like discontinuing them. I just found them like last year. They were selling a 50 milligram pill of CBD, and it's great. I mean, I take like 250 to 600 milligrams and floating around and
I would have to
body
eat a
high.
gram to feel it, of CBD.
Yeah.
That's my only thing about it. And if I eat any less than that, really, I didn't even notice anything. But I had a weird experience on the high dose CBD where I was driving and all of a sudden I just didn't give a fuck about anything at all. Like I didn't care about anything, and it scared me so bad I had to pull over for a couple hours, until I started to care about shit again.
Where'd you get that stuff?
I got it from a company in Colorado. Yeah.
So how do you make it? The full spectrum CBD.
It was called the Cannabis Infusion Association, and they had the exact same logo as the CIA over the dispensary. You don't notice it at first, but all of a sudden,
the CBD and the THC, the acid forms are flipped, right? So your CBD is a liquid oil, and your CBD crystallizes. THC is the opposite, of course. But they just use ethanol extraction and distillation, and then it recrystallizes. That's pretty much
just pull it right off.
So you have very little terpenes, So there's almost zero entourage effect associated with any kind of CBD products. I have some hemp terps that are really good, really fire that I mixed with the CBD. But the CBD has like a certain taste to it, and it crystallizes, so you really can't make a vape cart. So you have to go with like Delta 8 or some isomer, some conversion, which I just don't like messing with the conversions at all. I could have made a lot of money consulting on conversions. I know how to do it and everything, but it's just, I don't like it. People were using microwaves and shit to make Delta 8, and it's crazy, man. But yeah, CBD for pets, I think, is like a huge, massive industry. I wish I would have gotten on,
for 4th of July.
Yeah, for pets, it seems to be amazing.
Yeah,
I don't believe anybody's boofing any cannabis items, nor taking it intravenously. Those are just not forms for cannabis.
I've heard of it.
Though, I would sell my oil because it was decarbs, distillate with terps added. I'd sell it in syringes, and it was almost impossible in the beginning because of all the stigmas with opioids and everything.
Yeah,
or intravenous drug use. So
man, with dabbing at first too, when you bust out, everybody thought you were doing methamphetamine. You're like,
I still call it freebasing weed.
Yeah,
because it is, but it's fantastic. I'm about to do it right now.
Yeah, y'all are making.
No, it's the best. I honestly switched over. I used to basically roll up. It took about an ounce a day, a little bit more to control my seizures of fairly high quality flower. And basically at that point, you're smoking a pack of cigarettes of cannabis flowers in a day. And between that and actual tobacco products, by the end of the night, I'd be just sounding like Darth Vader, just... And so when cannabis first became legal and oil at the same time was on the rise, Because the first 710 Cup coincided with the legalization the same year. And my friend and I, because we were at the Cup that day, we didn't smoke any flower. We only smoked oil. And so retardedly messed up. And at the same time, that night when we went to the hotel, we did not sound like Darth Vader and Darth Vader competing with each other while we were sleeping. And the fact is that's because the thing that you're not getting with the concentrates is the carbon. And the carbon is the black smoke, the nasty part. And when you're doing just pure flower, you're absolutely sucking in a bunch of that carbon with everything else. Where when you're doing the concentrates, it's just the good stuff, just the parts that are active and useful.
Yeah. I think another magical thing about the terpenes and doing the steam distillation, to kind of get it back to the original topic, is once you have them separated, you can create different products for people who are opposed to the actual getting high part of cannabis, and you can still provide a lot of the benefits through just the terpenes, right? Like just putting drops of terpenes in an oil diffuser, right? Or I've used it in a nebulizer for really acute, lung issues, and it's amazing. Even the carts that I make with the steam distilled terpenes, because the distillate is already activated, and because everything is just so refined, and I take the alchemical approach, and tell me if I'm right about this, Ben, is separation, right? So separate things out, get the terpenes out at the right time in the right process, get the cannabinoids out, purify everything, right? And then you recombine it in an effort for it to be exalted, right? And in a higher form of what it previously was. And so I take that approach with all the products that I make.
That was a Crow 77 word I've heard, that without a doubt, exalted. That's what he always says, is exalted.
Well, I've been listening to Crow for, how long has he been on? Because I think since the beginning, but yeah, a wealth of knowledge, man. That's why I can't wait to talk to him, because I am basically the application of all this ulterior, alternative sources of knowledge, and I'm the guy that I studied it and then I put it into practice, right? I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years, and I just reversed, I was crippled, man. I couldn't hold my eyes open. I couldn't talk to people. I was bedridden. All I could do is drink raw milk to like stay alive for like 6 months, before I met a doctor, a natural doctor, who put me on the right path, if you will. And then I learned how to incorporate all the things I learned from Humboldt. I practiced Tai Chi out there with like a bunch of Shaolin monks in the redwoods, like just had these crazy experiences that it all allowed me to really live all of these things in a way that is the right time and the right place, being in Humboldt, where I could do it freely, and my kids are homeschooled. Like, we did everything, man. We make all our own medicines now. And it's just been invaluable, just completely invaluable. And I think probably the crux of all that knowledge, one of the most valuable aspects is the therapeutic use of terpenes, honestly, cannabis terpenes, extracted the right way, full spectrum, get all those crazy like in my rig, when I'm steam distilling the terps, it's very low heat, very low pressure, right? And something about the steam molecule, you would think that the heat would damage the terpene molecules, but it doesn't. It like the steam molecule gently carries the terpenes to the condenser, and if everything's done in a timely way and everything's able to flow through the machine in the right way, and you're condensing at the right temp and everything, you're really able to get the highest quality terpenes that you could imagine, right? They're flawless. You know what I mean? They're limited in that it's only the mono and sesquiterpenes and then some of the other aromatics, but it's not like terp sauce or like a butane extraction where you literally get everything, right? But because it is a more refined version, I think it's a lot less harsh, right? So it opens up the vapor, the vape pen specifically, or vaporization of the oil, to a lot of people with lung issues and with issues where they can't smoke, right? They can't have anything harsh at all, right? So a lot of my patients they have lung issues, or they have asthma even, and they say that when they hit the card, it just opens everything up and they can breathe better. And so that's another big difference, I would say, between steam
Which
distilled
terpene do
terpenes
you which terpene are you using for that mostly?
For what specifically?
For the lung issues?
I mean, I don't know, man. All my terps have such a different. I've extracted so many different strains. I think the citrus terps help a lot. With any kind of lung issues, but really, I think it's the terpenes themselves. Sometimes you hit some shit and it makes you choke to death. Because the terpenes they're just so degraded or absent, even. And there's just so much other shit in there that is harsh. It's either not run cold enough in butane, and you get a lot of the fats and sugars and stuff, or whatever. There's a lot of stuff going on. So my products are just a lot more, I think, open to people like that with particular medical issues. But even without the cannabinoids, right? I can take sour D terps that I have in the freezer, and I can add it to some CBD and put it in a capsule and make it, whatever dosage you want. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I roll. Is like, when I have someone who needs a product that's specific for them, I'll bring them little 1 ml vials of terpenes and have them smell them and see which one. I'll really walk them through the experience and have them clear.
Well, I was just wondering how much it was pinene.
And
I was wondering how much, if that was going to end up being pinene, because going through pine forest is said to really open up the pathways in the lungs.
Yeah, pinene, humulene, I think.
Yeah.
Is another good one. Yeah, there's some specific ones for sure, but inevitably, they kind of come out. The nose knows. It's a really magical kind of thing. Our olfactory senses are really powerful, and there's a lot more intelligence going on in the body than we could ever give it credit for. So I just trust the body in making a decision.
Terp sauce and yerba mate sounds like it would work great.
So there was a show called Bong Appetit, and I'm anti-alcohol, so I didn't actually go to the show. But some of the terpenes I extracted in the company I was repping back then was the terps were used in mixed drinks, to flavor mixed drinks. So they're just so volatile, or so versatile terpenes. You can literally, I've made anything that you can put essential oils into. I can make a cannabis version, anything.
I have a good friend of mine co-host on a show that I do on Monday nights, who is she's been in the cannabis industry in Vegas now for, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. But in that 5 years, she's elevated herself quite a bit within the industry, because it's still relatively new, and they're figuring shit out that California hasn't figured out yet. Like, hey, we can have lounges,
right?
That shit that they've kind of gray area'd in like Texas and New Mexico a little bit. I've met a couple of those guys.
Vegas is definitely a place to push the boundaries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's so damn rough and dirty now. On the right side of the screen here, Jim, Marcus, and I, the three of us went to Vegas for a big speaking event. Actually, Steve was living in Vegas just before that, and he was one of the people I was excited to see in Vegas. He left, and the other one passed away. Like now I don't know anybody in Vegas. Fuck. But Vegas is so hardcore at this point in time. Literally, the Walmart across the street from the large, very large casino resort we were staying at, they had a gunfight shootout with cops every single night. They just had a sniper nest on top of the Walmart that the cops just like hung out in.
Wow.
Super
Yeah.
rough in Vegas.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there. I've thought about going to work there because there there's seems like another little zone where cannabis seems to be doing pretty well. One of the little pockets, But
Well, if you specialize, Vegas is definitely where you want to poke your head in and at least make your presence known. Because even if you're just consulting, dude, let somebody fly you out and put you up in Vegas in a house for 2 months, 3 months, something like that. You be off the strip. Vegas on the strip is bullshit anyway. Like Old Town is cool. Like there's really cool. And then I loved the desert. When I was out there, all I did was go to comedy clubs and then take the fucking, big headed dog that keeps popping up here every now and then out to the middle of nowhere and just walk around all day.
He does have a big lunky head.
Yeah.
He came by it naturally. You can't blame him, but it is a big lunky head.
Yeah. At least he's a little bit more handsome than his dad.
Like, do you notice his camera keeps panning differently?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera. It's distracting the shit out of me, though. Yeah, it's freaking me out.
Yeah, it also me. I'm like, how is he doing this?
I have no idea.
Right?
With this iPad, dude. I don't use the Apple.
It's like slow, dramatic fade back.
Yeah,
it's an iPad setting. You can turn it off.
Right.
The first time I noticed it, Steve was moving his hand up here, like moving his mouse, and I was like, is Steve somehow doing that?
I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was the app. I thought it was the whatever StreamYard. I had no idea. But
it follows cleavage too.
I consulted for a while, man, and the health stuff really got to me. I started doing Tai Chi like literally 16 hours a day, just to get better, and I just couldn't work, and cognitively and physically both. I was just limited. I just started working about a month ago as a project manager and just regular construction, just to get kind of back moving again and using my brain. And I don't really know my value in the market today. I've applied, like I said, I did kind of the interview route with the bigger companies, and then I went and interviewed with the Louisiana companies and let them know my background and kind of some things I'm interested in, but I'm willing to like just be a part of the team and help them grow in whatever direction they're trying to go. But I think that they're afraid of my black market experience because my resume reads starts in 2011. I had a lab. I put all that in there. I'm just honest about my experience.
Dude, all you have to do is tell them that you signed an NDA.
Yeah, right.
That's your automatic out. I signed an NDA. I can't disclose terms of my employment or who I work for.
Right.
Sorry.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, I think I'm overqualified for what they're looking for here. When I left here and moved to California to learn about cannabis, the idea was if Run from the Cure is true and it does have these medicinal qualities, that I need to bring it back to Louisiana, which is my people, and they just make it so impossible, so really realistically, it's out of state work is the only available work. I don't really know my value, being as I've just been absent from the industry for so long. I have a High Times World Cup trophy, but I don't even know how valuable that is, at the end of the day for different companies. I don't know if they're looking for that level of expertise or, I don't know.
It doesn't take too long to see where the industry's at in any given state. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of states that are just now coming into where California or Colorado was 5, 6, 7 years ago because they're just new to the process. So anywhere that the state is new to the process, all of those skills are going to be immediately marketable, and then that gives you an in to level up on whatever new skills are.
Right. Yeah. Mississippi is an interesting market right now. It seems to have a lot of the same kind of early Humboldt feel to it, but with zero
It's got good dirt there too. Parts of Mississippi.
Yeah, it's all indoor though. You can't do any outdoor, but
it's so dumb.
You got good dirt.
So dumb.
Yeah. 60% limit on extracts too. THC content. So
Also
it doesn't
dumb.
fit with
You've
what
got to
I'm
be
trying to
super
do, but-
bad at it. You're like out there cutting it with like baby powder and shit. You know, like
CBD.
how did I get it down to 60%? Holy shit!
Yeah,
You
man. I
must
used to
be
put, believe it or
handicapped.
not, when I first started doing my ratios on my carts, we were putting like 30% live terpenes in the carts, like 35%. It's out of control. It was
Wow.
still smooth, man, but the flavor would just take over your whole face, and it would just like take over your whole torso, and you would just become a terpene, you know. It was now I'm at like down around like 15-20%, and it's still super smooth, but really intense. But but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Rosin's the new craze, but I don't think they've gotten.
You know what's
there's no way to
hilarious?
really do it without
Rosin is the new old craze. Is what's hilarious because before
rosin was 15 years ago.
Dude,
Yeah, the first,
or even more. Like before butane hash oil, before any of that, before even Rick Simpson oil, we used to take and make bubble hash, and then we get a 2-inch, a little 1/2-inch nipple, and about 2 inches long, and you'd take and you'd put a cap on one side and drill a hole in it, and you'd wrap nickels in aluminum foil on the other side, and you'd put a C-clamp over it and stick it on a Pyrex dish and just stick it in your kitchen oven and turn it on super low. And then every now and then clamp down on that C-clamp, and your rosin would come pouring out of that little hole on the other end. We didn't have dabbers or anything to do it with. So what we'd do is it took 2 people. One guy would hold it on the head of a pin and hit it with a torch, and the other guy would stand above it with a funnel. And quick, as soon as he
there was the glass capture method.
That's how we did it.
You could also be a fucking savage and hot knife it. You wanted to.
Well, the problem with oil in hot knifing is it rolls off it.
It's a little bit, yeah, but you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. And you gotta line it. You gotta line it a little bit. You can't just dab it on there. You draw it back a little bit, and it's an art form. Can you imagine trying to explain hot knives to a 17-year-old kid who's only known like the current most last year and a half's worth of cannabis is what they know about cannabis?
Dude, they're like, what the hell are you even talking about? You just put
you
it in my
fucking crackhead,
and
get out of my house
3 times. I put it in my Puffco and I hit the button 3 times, and when it turns from red to green, it's
Sir, we don't do drugs here. You need to leave.
Yeah, everything
Dude,
here is
you remember when dabbers first became a thing and they didn't have domeless nails yet? They don't even say the word domeless nail anymore. They're just nails. But back then, the original dabbers, it was just like a little pin of either metal or glass that you would heat up, and then you had to put a dome over it, and that pin was not in there solid. So that thing would be flicking around while you were holding it, trying to heat it. And if you didn't have a scar distinctly in the shape of a nail from a fucking dome nail, you were not really a dabber. One time I was driving. I wasn't driving. My buddy was driving. I was taking a dab in the passenger seat, but I was in a car, and we were rolling, and the nail jumped out of the dabber and into my lap right as it got red hot. I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh God.
I burned through a lot of furniture with hot glass for sure.
Ben Mayers here is saying, what about the gravity bong? Dude, okay. I went to Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana for 1 semester in 1996. The chick that I was dating there, I went up to her parents' house for something. It wasn't Christmas and it wasn't Thanksgiving, but it was like, hey, fuck it, we're going to get together in between the holidays because everybody's doing other shit. Her dad was trying so hard to be like Johnny Badass and like, cooler and more hardcore than everybody. This dude, we got it into our heads that we were gonna make a gravity bong. Had a nice big fucking Midwest meal, you know. Well, let's go fucking polish it off by destroying our fucking lungs. And we filled up the bathtub. We got a fucking milk jug, cut the bottom off of it. And her dad pushed his way into the bathroom. There's like 5 of us. And he's like, you fucking, kids, blah, blah, blah. I'll show you. You think you fucking blah, And so we filled this milk jug up. You know how, like, when you see shining gold represented in art form, like, it's not quite yellow, it's not quite white, it's somewhere in between, cloudy as fuck. We filled this thing. It looked like an old man's teeth. That's what it looked like. And her dad went down on this like Donald Trump was left alone with Bill Clinton. It was, and came back up like old Bill was popping off the back of his throat like it was fucking Kosovo. I've never seen a dude jump up that fast, bend back over, coughing himself to death that quick, and then he, like, coughing, hunched over, turning purple, backed himself out of the bathroom, like, fucking. And so his ass was the first thing to leave the bathroom, and all you saw was his face getting, like, redder, coughing on the way out, getting gradually smaller. And that's my gravity bonk story. Yeah.
Man, when I first got to Humboldt, I was hanging out with these college kids for some reason, and they were taking bong rips of American Spirit tobacco out of the pouch. And to this day, I don't even understand why.
Was it at least the powwow blend?
Yeah, I guess.
That had, like, the Colonel Sanders 17 herbs and spices in it? Fucking 11 herbs is whatever it is.
But then
if it's with flour, I actually like mixing a 50-50 with 50% flour, 50% tobacco. It's got a really different feel to it. It's nice.
I use those are the 2 plant medicines that I use, cannabis and tobacco, to regulate my nervous system, to do all this healing work. And lately I get the Sky American Spirits, just because I just haven't had the time to really roll my own. So I get these with a charcoal filter. I pack them a little bit, and then I pack the tip with a bunch of keef, or I'll put some of my oil in it. I'll inject my oil into it. But I can't have tobacco without cannabis now. So it's impossible. The Jamaicans kind of got me onto that. I hung out with a lot of Jamaicans in Humboldt, and they don't really smoke one without the other,
Yeah.
At least not the ones I was hanging out with. But yeah, amazing effects on the nervous system.
Our friend Cheney says they call that a spliff. She's got a Jamaican friend.
I call it a first world spliff with the American Spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Very therapeutic.
He's like, this is a spliff with democracy.
Yeah, this is like it's like $14 a pack. Yeah, man, it's fucking crazy.
Just the first world kind. What first world and second world and third world actually mean is first world's democracy, second world's communism, third world is any other political system. It really doesn't have anything to do with finance. Like when you look before we turned Libya into a parking lot. It had the highest.
Hey! A parking lot with live slave auctions.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's a Django parking lot. Before
That
that,
was
they had
one
the
of the most
highest.
terrible things I've ever seen.
They had the highest standard of living in the world, and they weren't first. They weren't first or second world. It's actually a political affiliation. It has nothing to do with actual standard of living.
Come on down to Massa Colonel's rubble lot and slave auction. If you need rubble or if you need slaves, we got you covered.
Remember the gold dinar?
Right?
Nobody else does either.
Because Pan-African currency gets you bayonets and a cackling Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think you guys have met some interesting people along the way, man. I'm trying to think of some of the cool stuff that I've done while I was out west. Do you guys get into Vortex Math at all? Randy Powell and Marco Rodin. I got to hang out with Randy. I got to help him shoot a documentary actually in Vegas, and then we ended up at CE5 somehow in Borrega Springs. And did that for a couple weeks and met a billionaire who had merged with an alien. And we were all supposed to be the group that was going to save the world, and he was going to pay for it. And it was a trip, man.
And then his family trust was like, no, you're not going to do that. No, you didn't merge with an alien.
This guy, it was amazing, man. This guy was like a nanotech billionaire, and apparently the government had bought his company because humanity wasn't ready for what he had discovered. And he went to CE5 exactly a year prior to us being there. And the only reason I was there was because I was hanging out with Randy Powell. It had nothing to do with me, So again, I'm kind of like an outsider. But I'm at breakfast with this whole group, and he's like, tells us the Tesbar story, merging with the alien and everything. And he's a billionaire, and he's going to pay for us and fund us to save the world. Somehow I became part of the group. But then in the end, Tesbar, when it came time for him to cut a check, Tesbar told him not to do it. So it was kind of one of those situations where he was using the alien that he had merged with to like make excuses for why he wasn't keeping his word.
Look, man, if the alien is saying don't cut the check, Alan, you can't.
Here's the thing,
can't cut the check.
Yeah.
Interestingly, man, because there's a group of about 20, 30 people there, and they were all different parts of the country, all well-to-do, obviously, because it was like 10 grand for the weekend or something. And so I was convinced by the end of it that Greer had dosed this billionaire a year prior and done some like weird voice to skull shit and convinced this guy that he had merged with an alien and was making him guiding his decisions using that. I'm 100% convinced of that.
You'd be like Tesbar said, I have to fuck your wife.
And dude, here's the thing, the Vortex Math, it brings all those fucking weirdos out, So there is no shortage of even Marco's out there, bro. When I met with him was in Vegas, and he was sleeping in a ditch in the desert, like behind the Walmart. And he would go to the Starbucks and constantly harass them to turn the music down and drink water all day and use their internet. He's a fucking madman, bro. This guy's out of control. He smelled horrible, bro. This guy he would bathe with rubbing alcohol only. He's out there, bro. Greer? No, this is Marco Rodin.
Oh.
Yeah. Stephen Greer, he wasn't there for the while I was at CE5. He couldn't be there. But his minions
just
or whatever.
Pay your 10 grand. I won't be there.
It was super gay, man.
Just go ahead and drop me that 10 grand each.
Yeah, dude, the rituals were so cheesy. It was like festival, like handheld lights that you spin and shit. It was so corny, dude. It was all like group chants and stuff.
Here's the elephant walk, but with glow sticks.
Yeah, and I'm sure they were dosing these people, the ones that had significant cash, to actually create an experience for them,
I
But
think that I don't necessarily know that those people need to be dosed. So I think that those people are so fucking bored with reality that they're ready to do stupid shit and just bite into it. It's like, so one of the ways that I would use this is to back up what I'm saying. And when I was 18, young man, kid and a kid coming, so I worked at a sex toy store in Minneapolis, and as a security guard, if you were there when somebody tried to steal something and you caught them, they had two choices. They either paid 3 times of what the item's worth and their picture got taken and put on the wall of shame, or you called the cops on them. Oddly enough, and some of these items were horribly expensive, especially back in the early 90s when sex toys type stuff was like more taboo, as compared to now where you got like strip malls with like 12-inch double dildos hanging out in the freaking end caps. Most of the people doing the thieving had the money on them to buy the items, even the super expensive ones. Like it was always the very wealthy, and it's like, unlike the poors, where we consistently have a threat to our life, a threat, we're fighting to survive. That is living. These people have never lived life, and just to get some kind of a feeling, I think they have to go and do these really fucking weird shit. They're like, they just want to feel something, and because they've never done that.
Well, poor people are either stealing something immediately to suit an immediate need for themselves or their family, or they're stealing something with immediate resale value. Like the fucking, the hood store has fucking like kid clothes.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, maybe there is a fucking hood store boosted fucking sex toys. There probably is. But yeah, 30 years ago, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's usually not somebody who's just assed out that's walking into the sex shop going, hey, I can get a really good fucking resale value on this, fucking 10-inch, 12-inch hammer. It's got the fucking Richard Nixon's resignation speech written on it in the veins.
It probably doesn't have a lot of pawnability, but it doesn't defeat the fact that rich people do a lot of really wild things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, that's underscoring your point, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but agreed. Your sex toys probably don't have too much pawnability. And I was a product tester for free. That wasn't paid. I didn't go from having one kid at 17.
You volunteered to put those dildos where you did? Is that what you're saying?
Not all sex toys are dildos.
Right? There was that latex fucking bodysuit you squeezed into.
Yeah.
No
you got gimp suits like Zaralath likes to wear. You got all kinds of things. No, I didn't jump up to 7 kids because I wasn't because I was particularly prudish. That is not how I got 7 kids.
I've got 5, man. I sold sex toys on eBay back in like 2005, so we got a lot in common, seems.
That's funny.
I got 3. I sold bondage gear at Renaissance festivals.
Yeah, Renaissance festivals, they just pretend like it's not entirely for sex, but it is.
We had a whole separate like area that was the red room that had all the fucking bondage gear in it, and we had like a couple of fucking like whips out, floggers. We had those out, and if people walked up to them and were like, "Oh, bye," I'm like, well, hey, there's more over here, and it got weird. It really did. It got weird, and my job during the week was to do production for the company. So like one day I'd be doing belts, the next day I would be doing fucking like cutting out women's halter tops and fucking gluing that shit down and then the next day it would be like, okay, make 30 gates of hell cock rings with a ball separator. Yeah.
I didn't get that crazy, man. It was mostly just like rabbits and gay porn DVDs, unfortunately.
That's because you weren't at Ren Fests. You think that Ren Fests are about Renaissance. What it really is about making a few bucks until the asshole customers all leave. And then as soon as the lights go out, it turns into a weird sex ritual behind it.
For the people that are there on the weekends, yeah. For the people who do it year round, like you're working pretty much 6 days a week, and the shenanigans of near locals
was not into the sex portion. I agree with Steve on that. But 90% of the people there, this is why at the end of the night you just shut your tent up and then you make sure everybody knows you have weapons. Like don't open my tent. I will stab first. Ask questions later. Like you don't want nothing to do with it. It's people that didn't get laid in high school and they are going to make up for it by bumping uglies with whoever is next to them.
Ugly people sex. Yeah, it's with medieval weaponry.
Yeah, and lots of brassieres. So it makes like the fat girls look less fat, and it brings their boobs. All their boobs are like
yeah. He's describing the locals that work there for the camping pass and the people that travel around year round and do it for a living. Doesn't really apply. But that's where you find like the one when I was doing Renaissance festivals, like 1 out of every probably 12 dudes there was former EOD.
Huh.
A lot of ex-military out there that were working, doing like a lot of people that just like it doing regular society shit just didn't work out. But you wanted to work your ass off, you wanted to make good money, you just didn't want, you like to travel, you just didn't want a fucking desk job, day job, shit like that. And so it was somewhere where you really you could work 2 days a week and sustain yourself on what you made if you had like a decent gig, or you could work 6 days a week and then do what a lot of us did, which is go spend the winter in fucking Bali or Senegal or fucking Hawaii or, just somewhere warm and fucking really nice. And then go back and do it all over again for 10 months out of the year.
It did where I'm from. They only last like 6 months. I didn't come. Well, I did when I moved out here, but I used to do them up north all the time. But in the winter, then that's when you make all your stuff that you sell during the Renfest season. So in the winter, you sit home and in the frozen tundra and make different items, and then all spring and summer and fall, you go sell those things.
We started in Arizona in February, and there's some in Arizona, and then a couple in Florida in like January and February and March. Then you go to like Texas, and then you just follow the weather year round. So there's a couple of different circuits that people do where they're working 9 to 10 months out of the year. And then if you want, you can pick up extra shit in the winter, or you can fuck off for the winter. I don't know what it's like now, but 25 years ago, it was a fun way to see the country and make good money and have low bills. And I don't know.
Single life.
The last year Christy and I did it, the West Coast itself, there was no money. We went from obviously from Southern California all the way up to Portland. The only place that year that we went, and the way I've always described it is all up and down the coast, people would open up their wallets and there's a few ones and a 5 and a 20 in there, and they aren't buying nothing. We went to Lehigh in Utah. Fuck. The 9-year-olds there are whopping open wallets with fucking 20 Hondos in it, you know. Like, you're like, what the hell? I made more at one Renfest in Lehigh than I did in freaking like 6 weeks in California.
Wow.
Yeah. No, there were good money shows and bad money shows. I'm bummed because when I'm in Colorado for the event that we throw, the Renaissance Festival that I used to work at 20 some years ago is still there. And I still know a few people that are there, but I'm only in Colorado for like 3 days or 4 days. And it's all Third Eye Carnival stuff. And I just, you know, like I one of these years, I'm going to have like an extra 2 days and go up to Larkspur and hang out for a minute.
Yeah, I expect that's when things will get politically settled down.
Oh, they hate me in Colorado right now in Pueblo.
Yeah, well, if you weren't so fucking racist, that wouldn't be a problem.
We just answered people's questions at face value thoroughly. We never advocated anything one way or the other. We actually kind of advocated not just being a knee-jerk reactionary wingnut in no matter what direction, which also seemed to make them upset.
Well, the problem is liberals have no sense, no humor, and racism is deeply funny. So, you know, when those two things come together, it's just not good.
Yeah, it was kind of wild moving from Southern Oregon, and I think I maybe only saw one non-white person there the whole like 3 years I lived in Southern Oregon. And it wasn't because I was hiding. I guess COVID was going on, but they're just not there, you know. And then coming back to Louisiana, and it's like half and half here, you know what I mean? Where I am.
Yeah. No, Oregon's
there's definitely something to it, you know what I mean?
Oregon's pretty freaking white to begin with, and then a lot of it is still the kind of white that really wants to keep it that way.
Absolutely, yeah.
When
BLM came through Medford, they had a caravan, and all the rednecks came out from Southern Oregon and had their own little parade, and they were all like in the back of their trucks with their rifles and shit, and the buses just kept going past Medford. They didn't even stop.
Mm-hmm.
So it's serious down there.
Yeah. I got friends in Medford and Grants Pass and all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Grants Pass is so cool.
I love that whole place, man.
Before Portland became the ultra liberal, ultra weird thing, Oregon was always known for being the backwoods white supremacist. That was what they called it, you know, that 100%. You don't even want to wander out in those woods. They will fucking hustle you away and have you burning crosses and before you know it. You will do things like have a family and have sex with girls and produce kids and you know.
Terrible. Man, before I moved to California, I had a chance encounter with a guy named Vincent, a really secretive guy he was David Duke's personal assistant for 20 years. And he owns a country and western bar outside of New Orleans. And he also owns a black strip club in my hometown. And so I met him at the black strip club, of course, because I had the choice, you know. So we met there, and over about 5 or 6 hours and a lot of beer and a lot of shots, he told me like how everything works. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Like, and I had just kind of maybe not really just started getting into conspiracies, but I hadn't really come to the Israel question or any of that, any of that research for them. Maybe at that point had watched the Hitler documentary that came out. What was it called?
The Greatest Story Never
Greatest
Told.
Story Never Told. Yeah, it's probably right after I watched
It's either that or
Somehow-
Europa, but yeah.
Yeah,
So somehow
we've never heard of him. What are you talking about now?
All right.
So was he a handler?
Wait,
I don't
hang
know,
on,
man. I can't
hang
tell.
on. Hang on. You were saying?
Oh, I don't know, man. Just I know the guy who told me all this stuff that was going on, all about the Jews. See, because I was under the impression that David Duke was a racist against black people. That's the story I always got. I didn't even know what a Jew was until I joined the Marines, and there was this guy they called the platoon Jew, and I was like, okay, well, obviously he's a Jew. That's cool. Now I know what a Jew is, but he just looks like everybody else, and I couldn't tell a difference, So
That's
it's been really
the problem
naive about
with
it all.
them.
Yeah. So yeah, I really didn't know much about it, and then here I am with David Duke's right-hand man, and he wasn't that much older than me. He's a young guy, and he owns this black strip club that we're in, and we're the only white dudes, and we're talking about all this crazy shit, and like nobody's giving us a hard time. So surreal, you know what I mean? Got so shit-faced, and I mean, I remember everything that he told me, and it's strange because I mean, I guess it's not so strange, but you haven't been able to talk about any of these things, right? So now in the last like 6 months or so, I've been hearing everything that guy was telling me coming out in pieces, right?
Wow.
And becoming mainstream, and it's just blowing my mind, man. I don't even know what to do about it.
The whole reason I started podcasting back in like 2018 was because I was looking around and watching everything from Bill Cooper's book play out in real life, and had been for, had been on some levels for a while, but it really started to get crazy 2016, 2017, 2018, and yeah, it been running ever since. But yeah, man, I relate. I do completely.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I go all the way back to like Michael Tessarian back in the day. I watch all of his shit. I probably watched all of his stuff, like each episode of those long ass boring slideshows, probably 10 times each. And there's like, I can't remember how many hours that is.
Yep.
That was like my base for everything, right? And then I went through all of Mark Passio shit.
Was
for
it
a long time.
Show off your Bill Cooper stuff? This is
Bill Cooper, yeah.
Bill Cooper on a pale horse. A buddy of me and Ben's drew, and I sell on my merch store.
That's awesome.
Bill Cooper on a pale horse. Fuck yeah.
9/11, my kind of the order of my awakening was chemtrails and then 9/11. And so Bill Cooper was definitely. I was an Arabic linguist in the Marines during 9/11, so that's kind of a crazy story too. When it happened, I was in Hawaii. It was like 5 hours behind where my family lived in Louisiana, and my mom called me and said that this was happening, and by that time, I guess CNN was had like a video playing of Bin Laden. But they said they didn't have a translator. And I had literally just graduated from Arabic school.
Oh, wow.
Like a few months before that. So I spoke like perfect Arabic, standard formal Arabic, which Bin Laden, he's like a prince, right? So he speaks perfect Arabic, So he's talking in the background, and I'm on the phone with my mom, and I'm translating in real time what he's saying. And he's saying that he didn't do it, but that America would blame him, and that's okay. Because they deserve, like America deserves to be, because they're so ignorant and they allow their government to run rampant, they deserve what's about to happen.
Wow.
To them, basically, is what he said on CNN. And I heard this, and I'm in the Marines. I got to go to fucking work in a couple hours, and And so I go in, and my two best homies, I told two guys, both of them violently attacked me and told me to never say anything like that again. Both of them, same
Wow.
reaction. And so I spent the rest of my career knowing that, you know, my whole battalion had deployed. I had a head injury. I suffered a head injury. I didn't deploy, but my whole battalion did. So I had to sit there and watch the war like on TV, knowing what I knew, you know, from that experience. So that was kind of wild.
That's awesome. Awesome story.
But then I didn't really do the research and really get into it until I got out, obviously. And yeah, that's kind of what woke me up. It's been off to the races ever since. And yeah, I learned Arabic. I just have this ability to absorb large amounts of information, you know. And again, I've had the time because I've been living in that, you know, that alternative lifestyle, I guess. And I don't make a good employee, you know. So I've had to be self-employed the whole time, and really, we've lived okay. We eat really well, but you know, we don't. I'm not greedy.
There is not a
single
single employee in this entire show currently.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
We might get it. We might get it. None of us seem to have that knack.
Do the same research. So yeah, I'm really interested to see, you know, hear you guys' thoughts on a lot of stuff. The vortex math, man. Have y'all found any value in that realm of knowledge?
It's a very interesting math equation. I'm not sure how much it overlays on reality at all outside of
Nazi math.
You know, outside of the idea of just kind of the way things build up. They don't really build up usually as smoothly as what you normally would see. With vortex math, it's what 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8,
1, 2, 4, 5.
13.
Oh, you're talking about the doubling?
Yeah, well, that's where you
1, 2, 4,
rather
8,
than go into a linear fashion,
it forms an infinity symbol.
Yeah.
Or a Mobius strip, right?
Yeah. So I worked with Randy Powell for about 2 years on building a website with a guy that did 3D graphics to animate everything. And I worked on this for 2 years. So the first thing I had to do was learn. Like Randy and I sat down and we made an outline of the math from like beginner, you know, medium to advanced, and went through the whole thing. So I got like, I don't know how many hours of like direct, you know, learning from Randy on this and working with this 3D engineer. So I was able to visualize it at the same time. And there's something there, man. It has to do with like the fundamental pattern of everything and how everything grows. And there's definitely something to it, you know. It gets definitely taken, you know, into outer space and building rocket ships to escape the planet, and there's a lot of places it goes. But you know, if you go the other direction with it and just pull the patterns out of it, you know, I learned Arabic, I learned cryptography, so my mind's always just pulling patterns and trying to decrypt everything all the time. And there's absolutely something going on with that math, man. It's like qualitative math, not. So instead of counting with things, it's just recognizing that ultimately, you know, numbers are not man-made. It's a concept. It's a divine concept.
It's the Rubik's Cube sequence played out onto everything else.
Yeah, pretty much, man.
There's a fundamental mathematical pattern to just about, and it's not that things aren't unique. It's that there are fundamental patternistic building blocks to all things, so you can recognize commonalities in things easier, understanding the way that sequence plays out over a larger field of vision rather than like hyper focusing on one or two things. It's kind of the way
I feel that way about DNA. This is part of why, like, they can't seem to figure that out, that there's only so many building blocks for life and that can get used in life. So when they're like, oh, we're 98% the same as a pig, we're also 97% the same as a fucking banana, doesn't mean a pig and a banana fucked. Yeah, you know, like there's only so many components that can go into this.
I mean, not without help.
Yeah.
You would need opposable thumbs for that. Somebody else is sitting in on that process.
For sure. That's where the monkeys came in. if you're a plus or a negative.
Just saying.
How many of you guys are negative? Just curious.
No, I'm positive.
Anybody know?
Positive.
Positive?
Be
Any
positive.
negatives? Yeah. Me and my wife are both negative. It's kind of weird. I assume my kids are, but I don't know if that follows.
For sure your kids are. That's one of the reasons that they used to do blood tests is before the Rogam shot is that that mixing of the positive and negative blood is a problem. You know, Saint Pinar, you have to poop.
What do y'all think that is? Any idea? I guess if you're not negative, it doesn't interest you as much. But I always heard it as being alien, but now I don't really believe in the outer space type of alien, so I don't really know what to think of it.
You want to time that out, Marcus?
Maybe it's the 2.5% Jew in me that's negative. I don't even know.
Don't fill up the chat like that. I'm not.
It cancels out all of the angel DNA or angel blood.
Oh no, don't tell me that, man.
Are you tall?
I got Jewish kids too, you know.
Well, from one of the bigger distinguishing factors, from what I understand, but that they've been able to find so far, which doesn't mean that this is the thing at all. But from what I understand is their ability to cleanse their system of different toxins.
Okay, like a difference in the blood itself.
Yeah. Like I believe it's that the positive. I can't remember if it's the positive or the negative, but one of them has a much tougher time detoxing things. And
it's
especially like
versus iron or something based
heavy metals, things like that. Yeah, it really causes a problem for them. So one would wonder then, did the one that because a lot of times a lot of the characteristics in your blood just comes from wherever your group of people derived from. What did they eat? What was the water like? What kind of minerals did they live around? And the human body is so amazing. It will adapt to almost any system. So one of those systems were those people uptaking a more toxic amount of metals. And so they adapted the ability to cleanse them out easier, or, you know, something along that nature. It would be what I would guess.
They're allegedly comes from the Basque people, right? That's what I've heard.
I've heard a number of theories on it. You know, the Anunnaki, the Basque, the you know.
Yeah, that's why I asked, man. I don't know if any new discoveries had come up since I've been meditating for 16 hours a day for 5 years. I kind of saturated all the conspiracy knowledge I could, and I really felt like I had nothing else to do but start applying it because I was just getting nothing new out there.
Well, the problem with that community overall is where do you apply a lot of those things to life? And so, like, even like one of the biggest, most famous one is the Earth shape. You know, flat Earth versus round Earth versus whatever. At the end of the day, the mechanics, the physics of the Earth is still basically the same. And for most of us, this will never have an effect on us one way or the other. Like, life is just going to operate the way it does.
Right.
Night, Steve. Thanks for being. Love you, brother.
I think the most important thing about that whole argument is just, you know, whether or not we're being lied to about that. And then I also see, you know, I study the art of deception for the most part, right?
I don't disagree with the lie to. I'm just saying what what effect does that have on your actual function day to day in reality? And that's the problem, is a lot of that stuff you get lost in the weeds. It doesn't really, no matter where you land on it, it's not going to change your life.
Right. For me though, personally, and you know, it could be the head trauma, it could be a lot of different things, it could just be my personality type, but I can't really function if I don't understand the world around me. You know what I mean? To a certain degree. I finally came to the same kind of conclusion that you did, that, you know, the mechanics work the same, and, you know, I don't see any curvature on water, and that's really all I know. I don't know much beyond that, but I have looked for curvature on water and I just don't see it. So, you know, for me, I just had to kind of, you know, it's kind of like chemtrails. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Kind of thing, you know? What are you going to do about 100%. It anyway?
Another perfect example.
So for me, I think ultimately that's what made me go to cannabis and made me, you know, study a lot of the free energy stuff that I'm looking into, and HHO, shit like that. Solutions, pure solutions. I learned
Brown's gas is fucking awesome.
To harvest clean water from anywhere. You know what I mean? I learned all these things, so I don't have to worry. I understand the world around me, and really anything that happens, I understand what's happening, and I understand how to fix things, and how to, you know, at least take care of me and my family. Maybe not fix the world, you know, but we're gonna eat, you know. So
gonna survive the apocalypse.
I'm not really too interested in anything but solution thinking at the end of the day, but I did kind of wake up the other day and realize, and what happened was, you know, you guys probably, I don't know how old you are, but when I first started doing all this research at the beginning of YouTube, it would recommend, like, I started with chemtrails, and next thing I know, I'm watching 9/11 videos, and then it's on to something else, and it's all just following the algorithm back then. It seems like that algorithm.
That my first occult conspiracy thing was the fucking Time Life books, and there was no such thing as there's no such thing as computers at home or anything like that, and it was a series of Time Life books. Weirdly, UFOs, out of body experience, government, you know, spying through, you know, time manipulation, all kinds of weird shit like that. And there was this is back in the mid 80s. These books came out. I got my ass whooped because back then they had this thing, and it was just like with you remember when Columbia House and BMG Music and them, they would send you a little thing, and if you signed it and sent it back and put the little stamps on there, they'd send you 10 CDs for a penny, which you never actually paid. And then you were like supposed to owe them like $10 a month, which you never paid either. And
I did that. Totally did that.
Yeah, well, you know, back then you had to sign your parents' name, but they did the same thing with them fucking books. And I think I got like 6 of them books, but I got the hell beat out of me for it.
Man, I mean, I guess I ultimately started. My grandpa used to listen to Coast to Coast, so I think that used to it scared the shit out of me. I stayed up all night listening to it.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's probably what got me in the end. Then there was this old man that used to come visit my grandma, and everybody knew he was crazy. They took his driver's license away, and so he started driving his tractor around town. So they gave him his license back. You know what I mean? He's that guy. He wrapped a silver spoon in copper wire and kept it in his car. And the radar guns back in the day, it would just jam them all up. You know. He was a savage. But he told me one time, like, if you cut your finger, just hold it like this, and the electricity from your hand will heal it faster, and all this stuff. And everybody thought he was insane. And now, like, I'm that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess that's kind of where we all end up. You know, it's kind of weird.
Well, it's okay. I live out in the mountains in Humboldt. Most people out here are pretty crazy. So I'm just different brand of it. At least I'm not trying to steal your copper.
I miss Humboldt every day, man. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it and remember just the natural beauty of it all. Mostly, you know,
the most gorgeous place I've ever been in my life, and simultaneously governmentally the worst place I've ever been in my life. I am fairly convinced that the Eureka or the Humboldt County Council might be the biggest, most retarded people that have ever functionally worked in government. And I mean, the bar is set pretty fucking high. And these guys are just like above and beyond. Like they are the shining glory of the idiots that come out of San Francisco. Like and they come up here to get away from the Bay and get into the beauty of nature and rule our county with the absolute insanity that they run up there. Only we don't have the people and the tech bros and the money.
Yeah, it's happening all the way up to Bend, man, and beyond. I'm sure the tech god, the tech bro takeover. Yeah, it's a little bubble, man. It's a little bubble.
Well, the problem is where their sleeper houses are. Actually, Steve, if he was still in here where he lived, that was a giant problem. Steve moved out into the mountains of Santa Cruz, which at the time were, hillbillies, and nobody wanted to live out there, and the land cost nothing and rent was, nothing. And by the time he left there, he was having to work 3 full-time jobs to try and afford rent a little bitty cabin. And it's because these tech bros decide they like an area. They did the same thing to Montana, and they go up. They put up billion-dollar homes, jack up the prices of the entire area, and it prices everybody out. All of a sudden, nobody can afford to live there. Humboldt, it's the area I live in. Humboldt, Southern Humboldt's avoided that. Eureka's fucked. But Southern Humboldt, nobody wants to live by Murder Mountain.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be back there, man. My sons were born there, My youngest son was born in Salmon Creek in the house,
Nice.
So I'm gonna try to buy that house eventually. You just gotta hustle a little bit.
Well, they're cheap as hell. You don't gotta hustle too hard.
True.
There's properties around here if you want one that doesn't have water on it and you're okay with getting water brought in. There's properties up top on the mountain for $7,000, $7,000 for like 10 acre spots. You can find places with water that are nice for 30 to 35 with a house. And one just sold the other day for 35,000, I think.
With a house?
With what? Yeah, cool. After the green rush, it completely decimated Humboldt, and then the Humboldt Council, they put all their eggs into having just a couple big time growers and getting the taxes off these giant grows. And the problem is those big grows only have 2 or 3 employees, and everything is done as mechanically as possible. And that money all leaves Humboldt. When it was 1,000 small growers, it was 3-4 people on every farm. And those people went into town and got groceries, went and got supplies, toilet paper, ate at the restaurants, went to the gas stations, so that really drove Humboldt's industry. And they're like, yeah, but these guys pay a big wad of tax. Well, that didn't touch what was driving the industry everywhere. And so they just shit it down the tubes, and now it's all gone. Humboldt is dead. And the prices of houses up here, amazing. My dad was up here like looking at trying to pay $10,000 for a 10-acre spot with water.
That's wild, man. That blows my mind. It's that cheap again. It was, the ballers in the Gap, and the people who'd been there for a while and done things right. They told me what they bought their property for back in the day, and it was very similar to what I'm hearing you say it is now. So,
I bought my place with a fairly nice house on it, and it's actually 2 properties. So I paid $40,000 a property for 2 properties. And I got about 25 acres. And at one point in time, my property sold for I think $350,000 during the green rush.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Just
why
hang
my,
on
my
to it.
buddy. Like I said, I'm glad I didn't really invest and lose like a lot of the people I saw. I don't know, man. I played it pretty smart, man. Shit, what I was paying to lease a house in Salmon Creek, that's like average rent here in Baton Rouge right now. You know what I mean? So I didn't have a power bill there. We had water that came in from the creek. It was beautiful, man. Had a on-demand hot water heater for the first time. I could take like a 5-hour shower, hot shower, you know. Dope. But yeah, just living under the redwoods, man. Waking up and going out on the porch, smoke a blunt or a joint, and just watch like the prismatic effect, like in the dewdrops hanging from the redwoods. Like it's insane, man. It's insane. So it gets me through every day here in Louisiana, man. Just dreaming about being back out there. But it had that much of an effect on me, you know.
It's a beautiful, magical
the bad
place.
side of it, it ate up so many people that I loved out there. You know, the greed and the drugs specifically. You know,
The fentanyl epidemic here is fucking wild.
I wasn't there for that.
Wild.
But cocaine was a big problem because I saw a lot of pounds.
Yeah, well, when everybody's money started running out, the cocaine got too expensive, so they switched to fentanyl, and the fentanyl epidemic here is crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there right now.
There's more homeless fentanyl addicts living in Garberville than there are people, by a lot.
Wow.
Like the homeless camps are giant, dude.
I'll never forget, man. I was at Eureka Natural Foods, and I was smoking tobacco while my family was shopping. And this homeless guy was pulling a small like carry-on size bag, like roller, you know. And he asked me for a cigarette, so I gave him one. We started chatting, and he was telling me all about how he was an extractor and he had his own lab and he was making a bunch of money. And this dude didn't have a tooth in his head anymore. He could barely hold a conversation, you know. And that was definitely eye-opening for me. And then sure enough, man, one of the partners I had on a lab that I sold my interest in because the guy had a drug problem, he lost everything, man. I'm still really close with the rest of his family, but now he's just like playing a flute at like rest stops up and down the 101, like not doing anything, you know. So
yeah,
but I mean,
and I realize fentanyl is a problem in the entire country, but the thing is it's not as easy to live on the streets as it is here. Here it's super easy to live on the streets, and so we get a giant population. Like I said, I'm not saying that people that are just drug addicts are overwhelming in town. There is probably 2 to 3 times the homeless population living in the town as there is population in the town.
There was a whole separate homeless population back when I lived there, even living down on the water, and they I remember they came through and tore they like bulldozed the tent city and they tore down that old structure that they had graffitied. I went and shot video of all that graffiti. It was some of the most amazing art you've ever seen. But at the same time, it's like you got to watch where you step because people are just shitting all over the place out there.
Yeah,
it's bad, dude. So yeah, I can only imagine, man. And again, man, the natural beauty contrasted against all that, and just all the knowledge, you know, that I gained out there and everything. It makes it all so much more like beautiful that it you know, that you to experience those things. You can't expect it all to just be all positive. You know what I mean? There's got to be some friction to really
whippets
really
also
experience.
Fenny and whippets, and actually whippets are so bad in Humboldt County. They go do a Fenny and go to bed, Steve. You did 3 Fennies during the show. No, he's talking shit in the chat. He's fucking around. The whippet problem is so bad in Humboldt that they've actually banned whippets and start a class action lawsuit on it.
Yeah, I think they should, man. I don't know. That shit's crazy.
Like every one of the pullouts, you know how there's a pullout like every 200 yards here? Every pullout has is just littered with empty Whippet cans.
I mean, is that like the rappers that started pushing that and then it just blew up? It's only like, how does something like that even happen? Because they've always been around, you know?
I honestly, I don't know. Like I always took it as something young kids did because they couldn't get a hold of actual drugs. Right. You know, I didn't ever assume that I would come to California and find more Whippets. I mean, Marcus does them. He prefers his to be Thin Mint flavored, though.
Have you ever tried it before?
Marcus is a pure boy. That is a high value man. He does not do these things.
Awesome, man. Awesome. No, I respect that. I was raised Mormon, so I was a virgin until I was 18. I was like, you know, no tobacco, none of that, no drinking, nothing. So I respect that a lot, actually.
Thank you.
I was a virgin once too. Then I turned 12.
Well, that's the funny thing about me going. I missed it, man. I'm sorry. That's why what?
I was just talking shit.
Okay. Yeah, but I never did any drugs or anything, and then all of a sudden I moved to California and started growing and extracting and everything.
Jeez,
now I'm
went right to the deep end of the pool.
People don't know. Yeah, they don't. That's like I'm a totally different person to people, I guess. Like the stigma is really strong here still, you know. So to everybody, I'm just a drug head loser. You know what I mean? For the most part.
because I actually didn't. I was not a cannabis user. The job market out here is dead. There is job market. What job market? When the cannabis market went down, so did all the stores and all the other places. They all quit making money too. So that was the end of that.
Yeah, man.
All bad. But because I have grand mal seizures, even a lot of the people that do have that stigma, I usually don't get. It doesn't get leveled at me because I have actual grand mal seizures. So, and before I started using cannabis as the treatment for that, when I was taking the prescription drugs, they had me on. A lot of people don't realize that Klonopin is actually an anti-seizure medication, so yeah. The calmness and the happiness, well, that's trying to calm your system down, and because you're getting ready to seize, and so that's actually for seizure victims, and they had me on high doses of Klonopin, which anybody that knows benzodiazepines are just horrifying for you, and then on Seroquel. And I basically was a zombie, and I went up to 250 pounds, 265 actually, I think I topped out at. And and Klonopin withdrawal causes seizures, exactly, because it controls your seizure. It controls your they call it your seizure threshold. And yeah, horribly addicting. And now that I use cannabis to control it, I live off grid. I run a whole farm. I raise cattle. I was running a lab, the whole nine. And I'm not 260 pounds. I'm 150 pounds. Like, we could probably donate to the small hat fund, but hell has not frozen over that I'm knowing of, and I'm also not a Christian, so I don't even believe in hell. So even if it did freeze over, I don't know that you could convince me of it, any of it. My wife's having a fight with a kitten. But no, yeah, we will not be donating to Israel. Ben Mayer says Israel can donate to him. I will not be taking any of Israel's money either. If they could go ahead and find their way into falling off into the Mediterranean, I would be just peachy.
Did you see the super chat from Angela Baby Carson 796 earlier?
I did not. Let's. Where did this happen?
In one of the chats, asking about Alan's channel, where to find
Message
Alan on social
me
media.
the channel of this live, please. Who is it? That is on. Are you Angela? Are you still here? Are you talking about? Is it my channel? Because that's where you put the thing on. Are you talking about Alan? You want Alan's information? Alan does have a project that he's working on and that he's doing. Please go ahead and repeat that.
It's called The Unwinding Project. And that's Instagram and YouTube. Both the same. The Unwinding Project. The YouTube channel I've been going through this meditative healing process, and it's all intuitive and spontaneous. And so I've been documenting it because I think it's extremely significant and rare because I haven't found another human being on earth doing it. And so I've been documenting it over, the past 4 years for hours a day, most days. I haven't really been able to do it as much since I started back working, but I still try to drop videos. I try to record videos at least, a few times a week, and then upload at least once a month. Is about where I'm at with it right now. But it goes back 4 years, and it kind of shows a progression. The process has evolved over time, and I'm just now kind of discovering the basis for a lot of the techniques, being able to call it Tai Chi and finding out about different aspects of Tai Chi and different forces and different things that I've experienced firsthand intuitively that I'm using.
Did you get to meet Keanu Reeves personally?
What's that, Keanu Reeves?
You get to meet Keanu Reeves personally, or
no? But I do some like weird Matrix shit every now and then that does kind of freak me out, man. But the videos are cool. It's kind of like a grab bag, right? Like everyone is totally unique.
Knock it off!
The same movement twice because it's like a sequential process of like alignment, realignment, and rebuilding, and so yeah, it's really as much time as I have to dedicate it to it every day. That's how fast my recovery is happening. But I let go of it fully for years, and just that's all I did all day, every day. I didn't see my family, for months at a time because I just couldn't handle noise. I was hypersensitive to noise and light and all these other things because my nervous system basically crashed, So that's what the Unwinding Project is, and that's what the YouTube is kind of an archive of that with like new videos. It's all raw, none of it's edited. There's a lot of snot, there's a lot of crying, there's a lot of fucking crazy movements that I guarantee you've never seen a human being do in your life. I don't even know what to do with it, to be honest with you. I'm just documenting it and putting it on YouTube. So that's where I'm at with that. I changed my Instagram to that, and I was going to change my content from cannabis to that and use the cannabis community and the followers and everything that I have on my existing Instagram. I was going to try to push, this, because this is a progression of my experience in, with cannabis. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this without cannabis and without the experiences that I was allowed to have in Humboldt, through living there and meeting like-minded people, having access to natural medicine and natural medicine clinics and Reiki and acupuncture. And I mean, I've got crazy stories, man, that I don't think anybody believes me when I talk about this shit. You know what I mean? That's how crazy this shit is. But
I live in Humboldt. My wife is a Reiki master.
Is she really?
Yeah, she's flying. She's actually floating right now.
Nice. Yeah, it was funny, man. I kind of put together like a lot of the anime, a lot of that stuff, a lot of the like energy, movement, and kind of the metaphors of it all. It's what it feels like in your own body when you experience these things. Like you literally feel like you're throwing a ball of energy. You know what I'm saying? So I understand like a lot more of the artistic aspects of it from having gone through it. So I'm constantly trying to reconcile these experiences that I'm having on this, reconnecting mind and body or whatever's happening. And I'm trying to reconcile what's actually happening with the science behind it, which goes back to like spontaneous somatic unwinding is like probably the most like scientific nomenclature for what I'm experiencing. But in Tai Chi, it's basically what Tai Chi is, and like outside of martial arts, it's like it's kind of the root of it, is as a healing art, But Reiki, the Reiki experience I had, I felt like a big ball of heat come out of my shoulder while this guy was like really intently.
Don't do that motion while you're talking about a guy.
He was like, he just moving his hand. He never touched me at all.
Back it up so we could see here. It's not
like,
good.
Ball of heat like come out of my shoulder, dude. I was like, man, this is incredible. So the acupuncture I had, this Chinese lady put a pin in like the top of my spine and in one in my tailbone, just 2 pins. And one of the tailbones, like, it's uncomfortable, right? But then she started to sing. And when she sang, she like raised her pitch like higher and higher. And then it's almost like she knew what pitch, like when she could feel the resonance with her voice is what I think now. But my spine started to vibrate with her voice, kind of like the women who can like shatter crystal glasses and shit. And she held that pitch, that perfect pitch, for as long as she could. And then she would like take another full breath in, and she did it again. And this lady must have hyperventilated herself doing this like 7 or 8 times. One of the most incredible things I've ever experienced. And I use my own voice intuitively now to resonate with different parts of my body to help move things and help realign things. Because a lot of the problems I have is wedging from like impact traumas, where things are actually wedged in together, and I've got to vibrate them to get them to loosen up and move back apart. So it's like I'm pulling myself apart and putting myself back together at the same time, like literally simultaneously. It's a fucking trip, bro. So all these experiences I haven't even been able to talk about, because I haven't been able to talk or conversate. So the idea with the Unwinding Project is I talk a lot about the plant medicines. Obviously, I dab in the videos. I smoke the first world spliffs in the videos. I talk about it, and I don't know where it's gonna go or how much I'm actually gonna be able to heal. Like if I got down to maybe, let's say, 10% life force and mobility and, ability to function in the world, and how much can I restore? Can I restore 100% functionality? And can I really experience, the full, can I allow myself, can I create an environment for myself to allow full self-actualization, right? To allow myself to reach my full potential, just like growing a plant, you know what I mean? Or processing the plant into oils or whatever. So that's kind of, the alchemy starts with the plant. And this is the real danger of cannabis, to tie it all up in a nice bow, is that the concepts that you learn from the plant really teach you so much more about how the world itself works. And I think that's like the magic that's been hidden from us. Yeah, it has all these healing properties. Yeah, it makes you like, anti-authoritarian and whatnot. And those are reasons alone to keep it away from us. But I think the real aspect is it promotes, it reconnects you with nature in a way that allows people to like punch through that glass ceiling and really reach, their full potential. That's what I'm feeling. That's kind of what I'm experiencing so far. So until I'm proven otherwise, that's what I'm going with. So I don't know. I don't know how much of a responsibility I have to push that out. I think that I'm just posting the process and just being as open about it as I can, and as my cognition returns and my ability to speak and about the things and really understand what I've just been through over the past 5 to 20 years in this process. I'm still figuring it out. So the more people
I think it'll pay off.
what they see, man, I'm really interested to know, like, if people have seen this before. Do you know anyone else doing this? So I found one other guy that has commented on my YouTube channel on one video, and I must have like 500-600 hours of content, right? And this one guy chimes in and starts describing what he's experiencing. It's very similar. So we had a Zoom call, and yeah, man, it was so amazing just to connect with one other human being that had experienced even like a fraction of what I was experiencing, because he was still kind of in the beginning phases where he isn't able to fully empty himself in a way that he allows his body to move on its own, but he's experienced like other aspects of it. So it's wild, man. All my Christian friends think I'm doing some like evil yoga, like tantric, evil shit. All the natural healers and all the physical therapists and kind of that crowd out here, they say I'm having a Kundalini awakening and they don't want to touch me or treat me. You know what I mean? So it's so wild, man. It's been a really incredible place that cannabis has brought me to. And what's funny is, like I said, I originally started because Louisiana is Cancer Alley. It's alcohol, it's chemical plants, it's it's big oil, it's all these things. But
you got fucking Bourbon Street. You guys got motherfucking Bourbon Street.
It's a different world out here. It's crazy. It's kind of like Australia, right? Australia was all the criminals. Well, France sent all their criminals here. So that's what Louisiana is. It's a French colony.
Well, Louisiana was a French colony
of outlaws. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones who wouldn't listen to the king. So
yeah.
We still have Napoleonic Code here. That's how different Louisiana is. Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, there's France had a number of colonies in America and then they lost those basically in a battle with Britain. They ended up losing out. Well, then when the Americans wanted to go to war with Britain, I think it was, John Adams that went to France and basically talked the King of France into throwing down with the Americans. So the American Revolution was a success directly because of the money and the officers and things loaned from France. But then that was a direct cause for the French Revolution, because then that broke France. So then that led directly into the French Revolution. But at one point in time, there was a number of colonies. It wasn't just English colonies. France had a number of colonies here. What's that, honey? Yeah, Spain had colonies here. Russia had colonies here.
Right on.
Like the West Coast, instead of France and England fighting, it was Russia and Spain. So Russia has there's a bunch of Russian Orthodox monasteries and churches all up and down the West Coast here, and then also Spanish missionaries. And that was them attempting to take over the United States at one point in time. So it's the idea that there was only English colonies is just something from just bad schooling, where they just taught us about that, but they didn't teach us the rest of it.
Yeah, for sure. It makes sense. Yeah, it was wild. In high school, we took a field trip to a school a little bit further south, across the river, where they speak French at the school. Like, they don't speak English there. It's a French school in Louisiana. I think it's still there and they still speak French. which is kind of strange. But the idea was, these are my people, and in the beginning, I had this grand revelation that I was going to help people, and I was going to go get this magical plant that cures cancer and bring it back to Cancer Alley and all this. And I didn't really realize that like I was going to need it, that I needed any kind of healing, So that was kind of a big surprise as well.
Propaganda is very effective, effective. And trying to get people to let go of propaganda, even when they know better, it's very interesting. It's super hard to get people to let go of propaganda, and the propaganda against cannabis. It started in the 60s, but I'd say the 80s is where it really hit its stride, where they had TV and everything else. And the kids that were being born into that, you had your after school specials and dare programs and all that kind of shit. And so the propaganda and then the Reagan administration period, shit was crazy.
And it was what was her name, Kathy, the MK Ultra
O'Brien.
Sex kid Kathy O'Brien. Yeah, Kathy said that cannabis breaks the programming. It's 100% true, man.
That's why they won't let you smoke it in Scientology. Cannabis is forbidden.
Yeah, in the military either, man. In the Marines, I had a 5-year enlistment, and I popped for a piss test like 3 months before I got out.
Oh
cannabis.
shit!
Like they do not tolerate that shit at all. Not even a little bit.
Did they kick you out?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
No, that's all right, man. I was checked out anyway. I had done mushrooms a few months before that and realized it was all bullshit, so I was okay with it.
That'll do it.
Yeah. But it's been a crazy trip, man, for sure. It all goes back to cannabis, though, man. And for me to have been against it so much growing up to now, it's like I tell everybody about it. It's significant, One of the biggest problems is it does get lumped into all these other drugs, and it's called a recreational drug.
Yeah, it should be a medicine.
Yeah, but the hypocrisy of the state making money on it, even and calling it a drug, putting people in jail, like I don't have any respect for any of that. I'm working with a veterans group here locally that's trying to push homegrown. But yeah, man, it's not looking very hopeful, anytime soon. So I don't know. I think when the loophole closes and the black market comes back, I'm hoping that people just start growing their own because they just don't have access, And I think a lot of seeds got out, and a lot of people want to grow, they just don't know how. So I'm hoping AI will help them with that, show them how to set up a grow and all that shit. So I don't know, man. I got a lot of hope that the plant does actually like get out and find its way through the world. One thing I did learn in Humboldt is like human beings will find a way, like we'll find a way to make it work, and I saw that happen time in Humboldt, man. It did some really crazy stuff, man. If it's got to be done, we got to get it done, make it happen. So the human spirit, I guess. I think I got a lot of hope for things, It wasn't always the case, but I don't know, man. I understand the power of the truth now, and understand that a lot of the things that they're pushing are just not truth. They're just lies, and they're just fickle, and they can literally be like destroyed with like a whisper, What do you guys think about Nick Fuentes, by the way, man, and what's going on with that dude is like, bro, I can't tell if he's a Fed or if like they just don't know what the fuck to do with this guy. You know what I mean?
He's a little bit young. I'm at least surface aware of him. He's kind of a little fag.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely
he's I think my first awareness of the dude was when he did that whole your body, my choice thing, which was obviously just trying to be as bombastic as possible with that and draw attention, which I understand. That's if you're gonna become a big sensation on the internet, you got to be a big sensation and say sensational shit. So I do get that aspect of it. But other than that, I don't think any of the three of us are that heavily into politics. Steve is more the political
He's
expert.
more that guy.
Yeah, he's kind of the political expert. Myself, like I said, I'm at least aware of him. What he represents is the shitty side of what I represent is my problem with the guy, really. Like when he says things like your body, my choice. I live in a traditional relationship. My wife is subservient to me. Yeah. And it in no way is like that. Like they represent the worst ways that those scenarios can go. And the fact is there's a beauty to the traditional husbandry and the way that system works. And the fact is and I don't even necessarily, I don't like sticking up for Christianity, but even in their vows, there's a reason that the wife is commanded to obey the husband, but the husband's commanded to love the wife. She's not commanded to love him. And the thing about that is you would never, if you truly love something, you would never be shitty to it. You would never, you want to take care of it and take care of it the best you can and give it the best of everything you can and make sure that it's happy and able to succeed. That's what you do for things that you love. And so they're leaving that side out and they're doubling down on the wife's obey, but understand she obeys, but what your plan is supposed to be should be super beneficial to her.
Yeah, well, I'm curious because like the Orthodox and the I don't know what the Catholic view is on it, honestly, but I know the Orthodox has the patriarchy and the father, the mother, the kids. How is it different for you in your system?
Because in patriarchy, and here's the flat and simple of it, or in orthodoxy, Christian orthodoxy, the wife is property of the husband. In no way is my wife my property.
I got you. Huh.
And
I've never heard it said like that. But
they absolutely will tell you that. They will say the wife is that is one of their tenets. The wife is the property. And in no way is my wife my property. Yes, she's subservient to me. I'm the head of the farm, but I'm choosing the best path for the farm, period.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how we live is kind of why I'm asking. I'm just trying to look for a difference, like the main difference. I don't know which value set I'm living, but that's pretty much it. She doesn't work. She's homeschooled all the kids. They cook every meal from scratch. You know what I mean? So we're doing it.
That's my wife does too, 100%. And like I said, but the difference is there's a mutual service in this, and that ownership part is what makes it so that these people can get so fucking psychotic about it. Like in because I'm a heathen. In our system, if the husband doesn't treat the wife right, she gets the right of divorce. Divorce is a women's tool. Because men can overpower women. Women need a tool to equalize that, and divorce is a women's tool. And if you're a bad husband, she absolutely can leave you because she's not your fucking property, dude. She was giving herself to you under the condition that you, in agreement, also treat her right and honor that she put herself in that position. And so when you start switching it into ownership, that's basically the same as an animal.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Well, let me ask you this: did y'all have any kind of ritual or anything to celebrate your union, or to
we're officially married.
Officially,
yeah,
you are. Okay.
Yeah, we got.
We're not officially married. because
in California, you can. They don't care about religion or anything, and you just get. We had a buddy get in. He was a witness to it, and I officiated it, and we did our own ceremony and everything else.
Okay, cool.
And I do understand where a lot of people are coming from, where they don't want the state involved in their relationship. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like for me, I've got 7 kids. And like if I was at the time when I married Christy, the property when we started dating was my property. This is my home, and everything on it was mine. As far as that, Christy brought very little to the relationship. Well, by the time we got married, obviously for me, taking care of her for the rest of her life was something I committed to. So even if I'm not there, then my property is Christy's. And any one of my kids could have just taken that from her if she was my girlfriend. And on top of that, especially during the 2020 era, you needed my generator's glugging, but you needed a wife to be able to come in and help you with medical decisions so they don't fucking intubate me.
Mm-hmm. So, Jim, I'm trying to think of some occultic cannabism stuff, man. I just designed a new symbol. It's basically a circle with a triangle in the middle, or it's actually not in the middle. It's offset to the bottom a little. But there's a cannabis leaf behind it, and there's the Eye of Providence in the middle of the triangle.
Interesting.
Yeah. What do you think about? Can you visualize that? And there's 9 leaves on the cannabis leaf.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm deep into the occult as well.
It can't get out once you touch your toes in it.
See it, you can't unsee.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's crazy how it all goes together, man. There's a lot of cannabis use for a lot of different things and a lot of different ceremonies and rituals. You know.
It's a magical thing.
Yeah. What do you think of maybe this might be considered occultic, maybe cannabis. What do you think of the recipe in the Bible for holy anointing oil and being cannabosum, being cannabis?
Well, yeah, it makes sense. I've heard of possibly it was an ingredient that they would put into the incense, the censers.
Yeah. I was just thinking that the swinging from the chains and stuff. Yeah.
Have you ever inhaled what's it called? Frankincense.
No, I think they do that at the
it.
Eastern Orthodox Church that I've been going to the last.
Oh, really?
Weeks. Yeah, I think it's frankincense. What it smells like. Yeah.
Yeah,
I smelled it in Humboldt a few times.
It's pretty crazy. I gave it a shot a couple of years ago, and you just breathe it in, sort of huff it kind of, and I started tripping pretty hard. Like the tiles in the floor started going like woo woo woo.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I haven't experienced it like that.
It was really mellow. It like came on slow, and then it was like, if I would have kept going, it would have just kept going, and then it trailed off.
Yeah.
And definitely worth a try.
I'm gonna try it out, man. I'm gonna re-explore that. Myrrh is interesting too. We got some myrrh rocks one time. I can't remember how we smoked them up exactly, but maybe like a candle below like a oil heater type of deal. But I remember it was very soothing, very soothing. But are you into occult Christianity at all?
Mystical Christianity.
Mystical Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the concepts that I've discovered through this like intuitive, spontaneous, meditative trance, I think, what's crazy about it is that it's crazy in and of itself, but one of the more crazy aspects that I'm having a really, really hard time coming to grips with is that when I put my hands on other people, because I've spent so much time intuitively, like acupressure, like literally moving things back where they go, you know, on myself, and ultimately manipulating the soft tissues in a way that allows knots to relax, and for muscles that have been compensating for decades in some case to finally relax for the first time, right? So I'm slowly coming out of fight or flight by taking knots out of my entire body, my head, my face, my whole body.
awesome.
I'm doing it with my own hands all day, every day for the last 5 years, right? So now when I touch other people, my hands just, in the most sensitive ways you could imagine, the slightest movements and pressure changes, and each finger is doing something different and moving a different direction. And as soon as my hand makes contact with another person, I don't even think about it. My hand automatically goes to where it needs to go, and it applies the right pressures. And I don't think if I try to consciously interject with it, it doesn't work, you know.
Because you're in
So I
tune with
just,
the Akashic flow, the realm of thought. Like I think that, I mean, when I first started smoking weed, I would just smoke a little tiny bit, and it would just like kind of like spread me outside of and like like around reality as we know it, but like I could touch the thoughts, like think,
yeah,
just like I would have a gut instinct of where that thing was I was looking for, instead of like
it's
going
like
consciously.
thoughts just, they flow into you, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's like
you
when you
become like,
dream and you solve problems you've had like all day, all week, and then you go to sleep and you're like, I got it. Like that's
right,
that's when you connect with that space, and weed
right,
helps you
right.
do that. I mean, in the
Yeah,
right
so I think
amount.
that's the state of mind that they're hiding from us, bro.
Yes,
That's what I think, you know.
I
And it
agree.
takes going in the total opposite direction of where they're trying to bring us, like all day, every day, and every bit of media that they put in our faces, and you know, you got to go the other way. And when you go the other way, I don't know where the bottom is or the top, whatever the case. You know what I mean? But the things I'm experiencing are so far out of like the human experience as we know it today. But it's a very natural, it's like the most natural thing that I can imagine having gone through this, you know?
It's the realest real. It's not the
Yeah, yeah,
simulacrum that real world is. It's an overlay of the real reality with all this nonsense, you know,
yeah.
digital
The Matrix.
nonsense,
I think
matrix.
they have to create that superficial world on top, because they're trying to, it's the Luciferian doctrine of being gods of their own world, right? So they
Absolutely.
are gods of that world, obviously, right?
Oh
That's
yeah.
not reality, man.
But we don't live in that
That's
world. It's
so
like when you
superficial.
play the floor is hot lava, and you go to your friend's house and he's like, the floor is hot lava, and you're like,
My kids play that all the time.
ouch, ouch. But like that's a pretend reality. But that's the
Yeah,
real reality that we live in now is the floor is hot lava. Like
yeah,
COVID.
yeah,
That was hot
right.
lava, you know?
Yeah,
It got
yeah,
people really sick.
yeah, for
You
sure.
know?
The psychosomatic effect. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom to this day, one of my kids sneezes, she'll swear, she'll be sick for like 3 days, swearing my kid got her sick. It's like, dude, it's so terrible how much time you like lose with your grandkids over this stupid shit.
Oh yeah, my cousin, he played hooky from school. He told us, he said, Dad, I've got a cold. I feel it's like a sore throat, all this stuff. And then his dad is like, I'm catching that cold that he's got, you know, and is sick the next day. And he's like, I faked that cold. I wasn't really sick. But his dad
Right.
really caught it, you know?
Yeah, that's wild, man. So I mean, it's got to work the other way too, right?
Oh yeah.
You know.
You can create your own reality.
Well, I think if people knew that they could self-heal in this type of way, but they just have no idea that it's even possible, you know. They've never seen anybody do it. I never saw anybody do it, you know.
I've just been going to acupuncture the last like 6 months or 8 months or something. And I was seeing him every once in a while, and it was just amazing. Like it totally wiped me out. And I was like a wreck for 2 hours afterwards, just like days walking around. And a couple of weeks ago, I moved funny, and I popped a rib, like floated a rib. It like jumped out of the place. It was on a Friday. All weekend I was like in so much pain. And then I got this message. He was like, Sunday night, he was like, I just something canceled today or on Monday. Do you want to come in at 9:00? And I was like, absolutely. So I go in there and I was like, I like loaded a rib or something. He's like, no problem. Gotcha. And acupuncture, he like focused on this one side, but I couldn't believe it. He worked that bone back into place just by pressure points.
Pushing it back in place. Yeah.
Yeah. It was insane. I mean, he barely even touched me other than, I mean, warming me up a little bit and then the needles.
Right.
I couldn't even believe it. I was so happy.
Yeah.
Like night and day difference.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. One little knot can destroy. Like, I'll get knots out sometimes. I mean, I'm pulling them out all day, right? But the big ones will come out, and I'm like, immediately, the first thought I have is, man, that knot was literally killing me. It was literally draining the life force out of my body, you know? It's almost like every trauma that we experience, physical and like to the psyche, emotional, or whatever you want to call it, spiritual, you know? It manifests physically anyway, right?
Like German new medicine.
Yeah, so it's all that's true. It's 100% true.
Absolutely.
That was a massive key to me, like really understanding that, you know, like I can do that. I can heal. You know, if this is what the body's doing, and I'm not really sick in the first place, my body's actually, you know, the big turning point was when I started thanking my body for allowing me to at least go as far as I did, and still, you know, I could still like at least like stand up when I absolutely needed to, and you know what I mean. So
that's great.
I've started to look at the body totally different, and my relationship with it changed entirely from German new medicine specifically, and from COVID. So it's another one of their, you know, deceptions that the blowback is actually considerable for a lot of people, you know.
Well, they can't hide it forever. The truth is coming out. I mean, we're moving into the next age of humanity. So like the secrets aren't going to be keepable. I think that's why they're tanking society right now, because they're, you know, they just got to like burn it down, like use it up, grab as much as they can, because they're going to be out.
Yeah.
Once a majority of people understand the reality that they're in.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's over for them, man.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier, man. It's like it could be destroyed with a whisper, you know. It's really amazing. Yeah. So I'm more hopeful now than ever, man. Just over the last 6 months of the things that I'm seeing coming out in the mainstream, you know. The internet is probably the biggest source of blowback that they just haven't been able to control, you know, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I think I'm curious about the censorship being like, you know, everything's opened back up all of a sudden. And I have a theory about it that I want to bounce off you real quick.
What's that?
I think the censorship was fucking up their predictive models and their AI. So I think they had to open it back up. So
that makes sense.
You know,
sentient world simulation.
Yeah.
All the systems they build.
They can't stop it all. It's easier just to like find the people that you want to control and maybe change their internet specifically for them, make them you know, shadow ban them, or make their messages not show up, or, you know, show them, like, give them something special where you want to lead them, but they can't like, the bandwidth is too large of all the information that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
It's like
I say, man, humans will find a way, man. I've got, from the Humboldt experience and having just the fact that I survived it is a miracle. You know what I mean? And then to have all this knowledge now, and have all these solutions that, I mean, while I'm in these trances, I totally have like full conscious control of my thoughts. I mean, most of the time I'm sitting with my thoughts and they're just coming through and everything, and I'm sorting things out, but I'm thinking the whole time I'm doing this while my body's moving totally independently.
You're in the flow state.
You know? Yeah, man. But I haven't been able to talk to anybody. I haven't been able to write. I haven't been able to look at a computer screen. So I've had a lot of limitations. So this has been great, man. Just talking to other people who know what's going on, and put myself out into the world for the first time in like literally like 5 years. I didn't know if I was gonna be able to do this again. You know, I used to host before I moved to California. Y'all might find this really interesting. Do you know Ben Stewart?
Ben Stewart. I don't know Ben Stewart.
He made Kymatica and Esoteric Agenda. They came out right after Zeitgeist in kind of the same style.
Yeah.
I showed both of those documentaries, and I showed other documentaries. I showed September Clues, which is the No Planes 9/11 documentary, which is awesome. I showed I showed a bunch of documentaries back then at bars, local bars. And I would have my buddies come play music between, and I would show you 2 documentaries, and I had the band play between and then after, you know. And
it was like fun.
It was awesome. Nobody had ever seen anything like it, you know. And because I booked music, I booked bands for bars, and I actually toured with a couple local bands. Went out to the Viper Room in Hollywood and did that whole scene with them. So I kind of had that background, and I was working in the film industry, and I was watching, you know, as many documentaries as I could find. What else did I show? House of Numbers about AIDS, which totally explains how they did the COVID op.
And Fauci.
I don't know if you've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. House of Numbers. Probably the best documentary ever, honestly. But so I'm showing these movies, and then, you know, fast forward, I moved to Humboldt. I'm extracting. I started an extraction company with a few guys. One of them has a party, and there's this guy in there. He's got a ponytail. He's playing music and shit. And like, I'm an introvert, you know, so I just kind of wait for the right moment. We find ourselves in the kitchen and we're chatting, and he's like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just an extractor, conspiracy theorist, and, you know, whatever." And he's like, "Oh, I'm into conspiracies. Like, I make documentaries." It was fucking Ben Stewart, you know.
Oh wow.
At this little house party. And I was like, I worked in Hollywood, and I worked with all these famous actors, and I never got starstruck, not once. But at this party, I like got all like, "Oh my, you're Ben Stewart," you know, I geeked out. I think I might have cried a little bit, dude. I was so fucking freaked out.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
no
we became,
coincidences.
like, really good friends, dude.
Oh,
And
cool.
We're still friends. Yeah. He taught to me a lot about posture, and he was going through a lot of he's real big into psychedelics, and I brought him around to interview a lot of the old, like, people from the original movement back in the 60s that were still alive, and got to, like, I had a lot of fun with him, you know, over the years I was in Humboldt. But it's that kind of magical place, you know what I mean?
You should come back and bring him on with you.
Oh, dude, I would love to.
Super interesting.
Man, once I catch up, I haven't been able to nail him down to have a conversation about, you know, where I am now and how much of an impact he had on the whole thing in the beginning. And then after meeting him with all the health stuff and the meditation, and he got me back into hacky sack, which will really, like, open your hips and your legs.
Oh,
up,
yeah.
you know, strengthen your foundation. So climbing trees, you know, he was real big into that. So he's just he's a phenomenal human being, you know. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's all these experiences, you know. But really, man, to get back to the mystical Christianity real quick. I don't know how long you guys want to be on here, but when I put my hands on other people, I kind of compare that to like the laying on of hands, right? Which no Christian can explain to me, you know.
That's absolutely it. Yeah.
And I also think a lot of the head damage is like the muscles in my eyes are affected, and at certain points I go completely blind, right? Until it's like a muscle will relax and things will move into a new position and I can't see. And then I'll get another muscle to relax, and then I can see again. And it's usually one eye or the other, you know. Sometimes it's both. But I can totally see how someone could be afflicted in a certain way where they can't see, and just by laying your hands on their face, they could see again. You know what I mean? I've experienced this firsthand on myself, you know, not on other people, but I definitely, it's the only explanation for the whole laying on of hands Christian concept that I can come up with. And I can understand why something like that would be, you know, esoteric, you know, and kept in the mystical orders. There's also like the knots that come out. It's almost like sins coming out, right?
Oh yeah.
And then the restoration of my health is almost like redemption of sin. right? And almost like salvation of like restoring my life and having a life again, a second chance at life, you know,
Well, like
forgiveness almost.
German new medicine, you have to figure out what the root cause of something, some injury. Maybe somebody said something to you 25 years ago that broke your heart, or somebody died who you love, and that's once you find that forgiveness, your body has the grace to heal. You know, once you've dealt with that thing that is knotting you up, you know, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, for me specifically, man, it was a downward trajectory continuously over 20 years until I discovered the root cause from this natural doctor who said the problem's in your head. And I thought he meant I was crazy. So I was like, fuck you talking about, dude? You know? And he was like, no. I mean, like the original head injury. He said all the other injuries happened because you were already injured. And that made sense. And so I started to focus, you know, here. And everything just unwound from that. So pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. I'd love to go more into all that, man. But I don't know. We'll maybe have to get together again another time.
Oh yeah, definitely come back.
Stories,
sure.
you know, if y'all ever need a spot filled.
Oh, absolutely. Tuesday nights. You're welcome to join us again. Someone in chat had asked about Robert Anton Wilson, if you had read any of his material.
Robert Anton Wilson, that's more on the occult type stuff, right? You know, I've come across a lot of his work. I've listened to a ton of audiobooks and a ton of lectures. I listened to a ton of Jay Dyer's lectures on the elite, and there's a lot of occult stuff in that.
Sure, I guess specifically with Robert Anton Wilson, he had some polio issues and discovered a Sister Kenny method that sounds similar to what you're discussing.
What was it called?
Sister Kenny method.
Sister Kenny? Interesting.
Something to look up.
Sister Kenny. Yeah,
and I know Robert Anton Wilson had a documentary called Maybe Logic. Kind of talked about his life a little bit, and he was an advocate of the medicinal properties of cannabis.
Robert Anton Wilson. I mean, it sounds very familiar. It's definitely been a long time since I've come across his name. I didn't know anything about him being connected with cannabis or polio. Polio is like a nervous disorder too, right? It's like a heavy metal toxicity.
A vaccine injury.
Vaccine injury, yeah.
When they first gave out the polio vaccine, a lot of people got.
That's when the epidemic started.
Yeah. So we're getting to the point where kind of maybe wrapping up a little bit. I think Boulderson's locked out of his own house here.
Oh, you can't join again.
Right. Yeah.
Are there any other like questions in the chat that I've missed? I think I have like a limited view of the chat.
That's all right. We've had a lot of some drive-by chatters. We've got this streaming to a few different locations, so people are kind of jumping in and shouting a few words and
you can always come back and watch on the various channels that have been hosting it tonight and read all the chats as they came in live.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. What's the title going to be? Do you know?
We'll send it to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yep. So I can share it even. Awesome. Well, it's really nice to meet you guys, man. I appreciate the time. And hey, man, ask me more. Talk more about the occult, man. Let's get into some of that. Really, any of the things y'all want to talk about, man. I'm game. So, yeah.
Cool.
It's been great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah, man.
We'll do it again.
Sounds good, man. All right, brother.
Yeah.
Y'all be good, man. Have a great night.
Will do.
You too. Take it easy.
Right, yep.
What a great
finds the button. There it is. Yeah.
What a great interview.
Yeah. Shout out to another super chat wanting to discuss Bonnie Blue a little bit. Didn't really have the time to weave that into the topic.
Bonnie Blue.
Yeah, an interesting character making interesting life choices.
I'm not familiar.
That's all I'll say about that topic.
We'll have to revisit Bonnie Blue.
It was kind of out of the blue.
Preview with Bonnie Blue Balls.
Yeah, they left us a super chat out of the blue. That's all right. And thank you to Angela Baby Carson 796, and to all the members on the Benjamin Balderson channel. I don't know if any gems or anything came in tonight. Monitoring a lot of different places.
Yeah, the Weaving Spiders Webs channel has some of the live on it tonight, and my personal James Maiden 6355 or whatever YouTube channel had it live on it for a minute.
Yeah, they give everybody a unique username.
Yeah.
So if you have numbers in your name, that's the numbers you get to stick with in your @username.
I used to hide all the time, but lately it's been popping up.
Yeah, were you able to locate our guest tonight on the Instagram?
I have not yet. No.
Okay.
I only have so many window brain cells most days. If I open Instagram, then I'm done for. I got to mute the show and just watch one more post.
Yeah, for people who are wondering where they'd find more from our guest, it is on the Unwinding Project. So it's at the Unwinding Project on Instagram. Is the information he was sharing with us.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
So I think we're gonna have to say goodnight to everybody.
Thanks for coming, everybody. On behalf of Benjamin Balderson and Steve, take it easy.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Good night.
Good night.